Call the meeting to order, please. And a first reminder to everyone, we have a sign posted at the front door to keep your hats removed during the meeting, please. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Everyone, thank you for attending, and those online, thank you for joining us. Need to move to the approval of the agenda. I have several changes on this. 9 o'clock, we would like to remove ML Baxley from the agenda. 9:30, remove Rick Samolsky and replace him with Bill Ames. 9:45, remove Andre. At 9:55, remove Layla Illaway. At 10 o'clock, in the Fire Department update, I'd like to add an executive session, 16-4-405, Roman numeral II.
Approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion made, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Everyone's had a chance to read through the prior meeting minutes, I presume. If so, I'll take a motion on that.
So moved.
Second. Any edit or changes? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Accounts payable. Accounts payable, we had an addition on additional vouchers and personal reimbursements. The new total is $712,170.60. Accept a motion on that, please.
Make a motion to approve the vouchers with the additions.
Second.
We have a motion and second for the $712,170.60. Is there any discussion on this? Great. Thank you. Motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Up next is the budget resolution. They'll be read by Commissioner Bradley.
Do we want the appropriations resolution first or second? But doesn't matter. Okay. I'd make a motion to approve resolution 26-100535B, resolution to provide income necessary to finance the budget for fiscal year June 30th through June 30th, 2027, in the amount of $216,782,839.
Have a motion on that. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second on the resolution as presented by Commissioner Bradley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I have an appropriations resolution. Make a motion to approve resolution 26-100536B, appropriation resolution for fiscal year 27 as presented.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Stevens. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
So I don't know if there's okay. I'd make a motion to allow the chairman to sign the final budget as presented. This is what we looked at last night.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Have a motion and second. Open this for discussion, please. Commissioner Stevens, any discussion on this? Okay. Motion, second, no discussion. Commissioner Vickery? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. End of resolutions, I believe. Up next is Billy Pape. Good morning.
Morning. You guys got my activity report. Just doing maintenance, trying to get as much roads bladed as we can, as fast as we can. We're doing cattle guards, culvert issues, monsoons kind of cause issues, so we're working on that. Just trying to keep up. It's heavy. Questions?
No questions.
Alrighty, I did. I went and met with Billy McGann.
Thank you.
I kind of just see my mind with what he's wanting to do with this cattle guard. Doesn't like John Christman's horses leaning over the fence. So I went and met with him. That he'd like me to move it to where you see the little mark there. So I got with John, and of course that's John's property. So he John doesn't want it moved. Billy hung milk jugs along the wires to try to keep the horses from leaning over the fence.
You would like that cattle guard moved clear down in front of John's shop there?
Yeah,
And it's on the property line, or close to the property line right now,
it's on the property.
where it ought to be.
Yeah. So it's actually, John's property there. So we'd have to move it there and then fence the right of way all the way down. Blocks his. So I met with John. There's really no solution. I mean, it's the guard pretty much is where it's at, is kind of needs to be. That's where the properties lines are. I don't see what good it's going to do, because it's still where Billy wants it, or still the horses, they still get half of it.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to pursue this at all. He can put a hot wire up on his top of his fence line or something.
Yeah, and the way they are right there, I mean, I'm sure they bend over and try to eat some of the grass, but it's because there's an irrigation ditch right there too.
Yeah.
So it's
This is a nuisance request.
yeah,
It's a battle he's wanting to draw the county into.
right. So brought it to you.
Any discussion on this?
No, I've been up and down that thing a time or two. I see no advantage to moving it. I'm gonna leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get with
Thank you.
Eric's stuff.
Yeah, I got a few things. First thing is we got the paperwork for the chip seal, so I just need to get the agreement and notice to proceed signed.
Have we voted on this?
Yeah, you voted to approve the project. Now we have all the
Okay,
paperwork
great.
in.
Thank you.
So it's just signatures at this point.
Clayton's gone through. Yes.
It's the same agreement that we use for every
Wonderful.
project.
Thank you. We have an agreement brought forward for Sublette County and HK contractors for the chips seal project. 2026 Sublette County chip seal project. We have reviewed before, looking to agreement to execute this and put this to bed. Is there a motion? Anyone want to look at it?
I'd make a motion to approve chairman to sign the chip seal contract, which has been approved for this fiscal year.
You have a motion, is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Jessica attest it and sign the notice to proceed. And then I spoke to the Forest Service about the painted cattle guards, and they said their range specialist is not in favor.
Well, maybe the range specialist would like to pick up the tab on it.
Yep. So I emailed Julie and kind of explained how they work, and then she got with her range specialist, and that's what they came back with.
Yeah.
Did you indicate that they use them in other national
Yeah, I
forests?
told them even in Teton County they have them, and that's what they came back with, is they're not in favor. So I don't know how we want to move forward from here. Because if it was going to work, that would be the road to try them on.
Would it have any value, excuse me, if Board of Commissioners issued a strong letter of request to them?
It certainly wouldn't hurt. I think that would probably be your only avenue at this point. I think I can't really lean on them.
Of course not. Okay. Okay, great. We'll make a couple phone calls and
Okay.
bring it back on the agenda
Yeah, I
next
think
meeting.
both would be contact both of them.
Yeah, we'll get if we may follow up on it next meeting. Sorry, there's no Janess here.
Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Commissioner Stevens will contact Barrasso and Hegman in this regard, and we'll go.
One of them wants to, I'll do that.
Okay.
Wants to do that.
Anyone up for calling Hegman?
I'll reach out to her. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Okay. And then next was the bike paths. Everybody's favorite topic. So we revisited everything. I ran.
It's up there with.
Yep.
Like this.
Ran through the numbers again. I reduced the amount for the work that Billy did, but then I had to kind of pad everything 10% as we typically do on plans to make sure we're covered. So the estimate's coming out to around $1 million, maybe 1.1 on the high end. And the next step is to get that MOU with the town finalized so they can take these over once the work is done.
And Commissioner White had a question last time pertaining to those outside of this scope.
Yep, we haven't started on those yet. We have the list of what needs to be done, and Billy's gone through and done his maintenance plan more or less, but we haven't included that in this part of it yet. Just getting direction to do these.
Right. Any ballpark on that, Billy?
Gonna be
I can look at them, but yeah, it's,
about the same.
yeah, there's some rehab. Some of those are in better shape, but some are worse because
One
of
at
that.
like Eamon Lane, parts of it's gotta be. So we're gonna be,
Yep, Duck Creek along the highway is rough.
Okay, great, thank you.
But our plan was to put these out to bid this fall with a completion date of like next summer sometime, so you're not rushed to get it done this fall, because I think you'll pay through the nose, or it may not get any bids.
Please.
So this is.
I come up there.
Sure.
Hear you a little
It's
bit.
not a big deal, but we're fixing up, giving them the. Yeah. But I'd like to know that the one. We fix it. It doesn't keep problem.
So in my defense, it's been a couple years since we
Yep,
sat down and
2024.
talked about this. When I spoke with Eric about it last week, I kind of walked through the process of what I would need to do to make sure, getting back to where we were 2 years ago. From the town's perspective, 2 years ago, the discussion was that the town used this as a portion of our transportation facility, especially with the way e-bikes and scooters are changing things up. You guys, I'm sure, seen the kids romping around town. And the town is willing to be part of the solution. We just can't afford to take pathways that aren't in good condition. As far as once the pathways are in our possession, the town's full intention is to maintain them. Usable standard. In these, I'm not sure these plans of like, I kind of got to get caught up with where we were. It's been a couple years. I think we had some root barrier and some different things.
Root guard both sides.
Yeah, we've had some real success with that. Everywhere we put the root guard, it's worked really well. And so I'm confident that it is a reasonable. As long as that discussion. If I change the alignment.
So it never happened.
Right. So certainly all of those, I think, are
I just like
reasonable
some assurance
conversations.
I have the problem, but I
Right.
see us so.
Absolutely. I 100%. I mean, pathways, just like anything else, pavement. Like it's like fertilizer.
That's there. That's why.
And the type of tree, right? Anything that sends suckers out and then you warm up the soil around it and it's going to go to the heat. That's where it's going to go in Sublette County. So we've had that problem in other places, and we've had general success in maintaining that once we put root barriers in place and some other things. As far as the cost, what I would need to do to make this kind of above reproach, and I've already spoke with Eric, is I just need to open up, reorganize my brain around the plan set and take this topic back to the town council and say, this is what the county is proposing to do. This is the MOU that we had drafted up in 2024. And that all is aligned. So before there's ever a penny spent, guys either A, have the assurance from the town that they'll take it over, or B, not, or whatever. And you guys can decide if that maintenance is still something county is willing to fix up your pathways and maintain them yourselves. Because the town is not forcing you guys to turn them over or anything of that nature. We're just trying to be part of the solution.
Any questions?
Well, I guess I've just got one. So assuming we're going to go forward with these projects, who's going to come behind and say, yeah, that's okay? Or who's going to come behind and say, yeah, maybe you ought to do this rather than this, so that we don't get caught up in doing something that doesn't meet the approval of the town to take it over?
Yep, understood. So Commissioner Vickery, what I would say to that is what we did last time is we reviewed the plans that, and we went through all the pathways with the set of plans that Rio Verde had created. And at that point in time, we had kind of signed off on them and the council had approved that set of plans. I would like to do that again, just because it's been a couple of years, make sure that either A, nothing significantly changed, not a new tree standing through a pathway somewhere or something. I don't know. We'll go through those plans. Our staff will, when we're comfortable with the plan set, and it might be in its form that it currently is. We'll take that to town council and say, if built to this, we would say this is to a good standard. Recommend either adoption or as long as it's built to the specifications of those plans, we would handle it just like anything other. Rio Verde would build it to the specifications. They would sign off on substantial and final completion, and that would be what it would. So.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for that.
So then we'd have to wait until that point in time and obtain another RFP on it for the total dollar amount, because depending on the length of time, it'll change.
Yep, exactly. We won't know the exact dollars till we get the plans finalized. Our plan would be to advertise it in Casper, get as many eyes on it as we could. Because bike paths can be kind of specialized. So that would be our plan moving forward. But right now is get the plans finalized, have the town review them, make sure we're all on the same page is kind of.
Okay.
Now, is there any thought of what needs done in Piney and Marbleton to hand those off, or?
I know that back in 2024, they did actually work. They were working on that, but I don't know how far that got with town of Big Pine.
Would they be interested in taking it over?
I would assume. I think they do quite a little maintenance there anyway. So.
Okay.
Yep, that was another one that was on the list. But like I said, I was told to just focus on these town ones for now, but we can certainly start exploring all the paths if that's the direction we want.
Well, they fall apart just like the rest
Yep.
of them, and there needs to be somebody maintaining them. Whether it's us or them.
So the commissioners,
So, I'm
Please.
sorry, I've got one other question. So we're gonna work on these supposedly next summer. What's that gonna create? What kind of a bottleneck will that create to the bike peddlers and the e-bikes, et cetera? How are you gonna address that when you're gonna say, don't use this section until it's
Yeah,
completed?
they'd probably
or-
have to put some kind of construction ahead sign on, on the Willow Lake Road, they could go down the county road. It's while they're working on it. And the other ones, like around the bridges and stuff, where we're gonna be pouring concrete, we'll certainly have to close those bridges and put maybe some signs up in advance that bridge will be closed for these dates. Kind of keep the public informed the best we can, but
sure.
Web construction is.
yeah, it'd be perfect to do it in the winter. It just doesn't work that way.
So is the board comfortable asking for the town to put together a package and then we can get a proposal on costs and make a determination at that point in time?
So we need Eric to put together something to give to the town for approval.
We'll use the one from 2024. The only thing that'll change will be the plan set. We may have some slight revisions to
Yeah,
that.
we'll just go, like I said, it's just been a couple of years. It might be fine the way it is. I just would like to take one more trip down it and make sure it still is reflecting what we would expect it to.
Great.
Oh, I wonder, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we were to go back to estimated rehab costs in 2024, that'd be okay too.
Well, I did try
but-
and reduce it to the work that Billy did, but then I had to pad everything a little bit.
Yeah.
Time has passed.
I know.
Weren't,
I just
weren't-
had to
but
bring that
weren't
up.
you saying that we'd pay the 2024 and the town
Well, I
would pay,
guess-
town
I'm
would pay
guessing
the
there's a little bit of-
2027
Yeah, there you go.
difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a
No
suggestion.
comment. My comment would be, Sublette County, doesn't want to maintain their infrastructure regardless if the town takes it or not. That would just be the question and,
Yeah, I said that as a kind of a.
All right. Tongue in cheek. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Treat it that way.
We will, I'll stay in touch with Abe. We'll get these plans finalized, and then before we send them out to bid, we'll make sure everybody's on the same page before we move.
Wonderful. Thank you for that.
And I'm going to assume that as I present this to council, is if they agree with this, that we can have the MOU executed prior to managing risk or whatever you want to call it from that standpoint. Town's amenable being part of the solution here. So
Yeah.
Good. Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
I think we had it. We were at the finish line. We were pretty
We're getting
close
there.
in 2024 so
Yep.
just got to rewrap my head.
Yeah,
around
some
it.
minor changes and make sure nothing else has happened.
I think we need to get this off our plate and onto others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Only other thing I have is we will doing that landfill gas testing the first week of August. So we'll get that crossed off the board. It was 21,000 this year, but it was 20,000 5 years ago. So twice as much. But it's a requirement of the EPA. There's nothing we can do about it.
Okay. Thank you.
All I have.
All right, so waste management. Things going good. I went and got that. Emptied the trailer at the senior center over there. Of course it's got real old plates on it and tires were bad. Wheels hadn't been packed, lights, stuff like that. So we got all that fixed. Had my guys go in and introduce themselves with Carrie. So we got that all working good.
Thanks for that.
And it got me thinking back before I started doing recycling. They had a board and stuff. They had a bunch of other trailers that had kind of sat everywhere. It kind of ended up at people's businesses. So, we've been retrieving them. And because it's kind of the same thing, they have old plates on them. bills or they just haven't had no maintenance. They've been sitting there for 15 years. So we've got 4. On the records, it shows upwards to like, haven't been able to find them all. I've went and got 4 of them, found them. There's some documentation on them where the area they were in. So we're in the plates, we're doing all the maintenance on it and stuff. How do you I mean, they're handy to put somewhere. I just don't know if they're good to put them back, give them back to these people. How do you guys want?
They hadn't been being used the last few years. They've
been used, but just personal. You know what I mean? That the businesses that had them they were personally used. So
would there be an advantage could you put them at like Horse Creek Road somewhere or Pole Creek Road?
Yeah, we could put it, yeah, we could, probably somewhere, where it's safe where everybody can use them instead of just, that was kind of my thinking too. Just wanted to see what you guys.
As long as it didn't become a trash receptacle.
Yeah,
And they will, I mean, it's just got tires.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What other options do we have?
Not use them. I mean, that's, we kind of got people trained going to recycling. A lot of people use the big piney one. I'm actually going to start doing it like we're doing there because it's cardboard's taken off all too. That's all we use at the big piney recycling building. It's just we have a couple of these trailers start. So I'm kind of worried, like he was saying, it might end up set them out to be used for trash. And I mean, the places that were using them, maybe that live there, I don't.
So, Mr. Chairman. So where they were sitting, Billy, was it like businesses and
Yeah, like
they take them down there and unload them?
Yeah, they dump them.
Okay.
So they've been hooking up to them. That's what kind of scared me because I had no maintenance or anything. I was kind of worried some axle fell. So it'd be since there are.
Personally, I think they ought to get trained to take them if you're going to put a big container there.
Yeah,
That's my personal feelings.
That's what we, the business, there was only one somewhere.
You're kind of competing against the trash haulers.
Yeah.
Do you pull cardboard out at the landfill, or if it gets to the landfill, it gets buried?
No, we pull it out. That in the recycling, that's
money.
Recycling. It's for the plastics and all that. Stand to take.
If they're personal use, then no, there's no need for county property to be there. I don't think it's fair to the other people. In worst case basis, we just park them in the lot. I don't think it's worth selling them because as soon as you do, you're going to need them.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Commissioner Vickery?
I'm okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other than that, golf course, we had the veterans tournament. Well, talked with them. And they're
When's the grand opening?
it was Friday, last Friday.
So the beer sales must be pretty good out there from what I see here.
Yeah. 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 Beer sales are good.
Okay.
Pretty much all I have.
Oh,
Anything else?
Go ahead.
the LaBarge Creek Road, I did talk to them and it was the hired hands of Eccles's that were
Doing that.
excited to turn it over. Yeah, they'd actually hired Dave Tolman to come in, or one of the Tolmans, Blaine, I guess, to come in with his equipment and get it passable. But it is the ranch hands that would like to get the county at the table. So probably no more movement than you've had in the past.
We're like I said, I'm working with the Forest Service.
They're disappointed with the Forest Service. I guess they have a Fall Creek easement that the Forest Service won't do anything on. And so they don't want to deal with the Forest Service.
Right.
But everything needs to run through the county in their mind.
Yeah. But it just seems like that's where we get to it. Get everything paid to the table. But we'll keep trying.
Okay.
So I have one more thing. So social media is something else. Sometimes stuff shows up. It's not good. Sometimes it's good. So there was a lady put some pictures out there, the Fremont Lake Road that goes into the Fremont Lake Campground Road with potholes in it big enough to swallow up a 2-ton truck, it looked like. And the question that she asked was, who's responsible for that? And my best guess is the Forest Service, but I thought while Billy was here, maybe he could give us a little update on the circumstances out there.
Yeah, like we did, Eric knows this too, because we talked about it back in the day. When we did the Skyline Drive and we did the Sandy Beach Road, we reached out to the Forest Service and tried getting them to throw that road going to the campgrounds in because of the pothole. We didn't have no luck there.
Yep.
Potholes are terrible. If you've even driven up there, if they're deep, they're really deep, bad.
They even had a project when they went in and actually fixed the actual campground. They ignored the road going into it. They just worked on that part and ignored the road. So I don't know what their long-term plan is for that road.
They're way worse now, but Cindy Stein, I remember talking to her about them. And, she said their plan was turn it back to gravel. They've never done that. And that was probably 5-6 years ago. Oh, but they're really bad now. It's very.
It was bad 10 years ago.
Yeah, but if you hit them now, if you hadn't driven that road and you were going down it, they're deep. They'll wreck you.
What are the options then? Anything?
I don't think the Forest Service can. They haven't done. I don't know if the squeaky wheel maybe just seemed to or died.
It'll be passed to the tenants up there,
Maybe another letter written to Kate to.
and all the they get everyone to sign off and present it that way.
I know the people of Sill Bay. I know all them people found in Forest Service, and I don't know how that's going. Well, they haven't done that to the road, so I don't know if they just keep ignoring it or yeah, it's crazy. They at least need to be filled with road
Something.
Well, when I looked at, Mr. Chairman, I looked at pictures, there was one of those looked like half as wide as this table. And of course, you couldn't tell how deep it was, but it's significant. And I'm just wondering whether it makes any difference or not. We put a letter together and say, hey, this is a safety factor, and it appears to me that it's a tremendous safety factor. And why they haven't addressed it is beyond me, but it needs to be addressed in some regards. And right now, it's a Forest Service responsibility. And you know, there's supposed to be a, what's the terminology?
Good neighbor.
Yeah. And they're not doing that. And so, you know, I think if nothing else, we should write them a letter with the express concern of it's a safety factor for the residents, not only the people that come from someplace else that use that road, but the residents that travel it on a normal basis. And something needs to be done. And, you know, it's one of those things, I think, a small Band-Aid's better than no Band-Aid at all. And in this case, you know, I think we need to take the initiative, I guess is what I'm saying. The Forest Service won't do it. And if we can make some patches to extend the life of that road for a bit until the Forest Service realizes they do have responsibility there, then I think we should do that.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, when Jeanette gets back, we'll instruct her to.
So would it be out of line to see if Kate would get on the agenda and see if what procedure we need to go through if there is one that she can't handle or whatever, you know? I mean, I'd like to see her come in here and sit down and somebody face to face, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Get her in here the next meeting. You have good luck with that.
I've invited her 4 times and she doesn't show up.
Maybe we can offer to put one of our cattle guards in there and stay up on the hill.
There you go.
Put cattle guards where the holes are, you mean?
Yeah.
Still wouldn't work to paint that.
Yeah, we can extend an invitation and see what happens. Absolutely. Okay.
Well, it needs to be addressed.
Oh, absolutely. So it needs to be paid for by the Forest Service. It's not a county responsibility.
Well, it may not be, but I think in light of the fact that we have residents that live there, in some regards, there is a responsibility for those people that are on it. And I realize it's a Forest Service road, but we need to do something that would entice them, if you would, to address that circumstance.
Absolutely. That's what the purpose of conversation is.
And maybe moving those cattle guards down would take care of it. I don't know, but something needs to occur because it's a bad looking deal. So anyway, that's all I have on that.
Can we just rip up those sections with the potholes and gravel it?
I mean, the cheapest would be just to fill them right. Parts of the road.
Yeah, no ditches or
But-
anything.
But yeah, I mean, you can sections out, fix them. The cheapest thing, I would just some belly, cold mix, back on.
Yeah, Until they do something with the drainage and the water,
Another thing.
it's going to be a recurring issue.
That'd be no one's gonna cheap.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I got
Please.
the only thing I see, Billy, every Forest Service road is bad.
Mhm.
And if they find out we go up there and the public can patch that, we'll have to get extra phones because it's going to be ringing. I mean, there's 2 over there at Big Piney that the Iden family is constantly on that needs work. I mean, this is a great idea, but I don't know. We'd have to handle that pretty with kids' gloves, I think.
Yep.
Okay. We'll contact Kate, and
That's all I have.
and then the two of you can be present when she comes in and you can lean on her.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Billy.
Up next, Mr. Ames. Good morning.
Commissioners.
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, I think we got all these.
Yeah, received it this morning. Thank you for bringing.
Do I need to do anything to the microphone here?
I just move it closer, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here again with that Skyline Drive trail system proposal up there. And the way that whole thing started is quite concerning. The BLM originally was trying to just pass this through with no public input. And that scares me as a county. I mean, I don't know why the BLM would do something like that without going to the public. And, the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance found wind of it and approached the field director there. And thus we got it in the public scoping anyway. But if we hadn't done that, it would be a done deal now. And it scares me that the BLM could go that direction on anything in the county. I mean, I would hope residents would have a say on what goes on in BLM land. But again, they moved it into the EA process on this bike trail system up there. And I just can't believe that it's still in the works. I got a copy from the Game and Fish on a mule deer just this year in 26, and we had no winter, and that deer went down to Steamboat in Rock Springs, came back in March, and stayed in this area until the end of May, and that's a collared verified deer that uses that. For 2 months they were there, and then she left. I don't know, the end of May, in 10 days, fawned in Teton Park. And I mean, this is just so valuable to wildlife, this piece up there. I just can't believe that we're thinking of putting a bike trail in there. And on the BLM and their resource management plan, on page 237, it says maintain and improve wildlife habitats, big game migration corridors and bottlenecks, scenic quality and recreation values and uses in the Wind River front. To me, that goes directly against the resource management plan. But I've heard that the state office has sent some things to the local office that are restrictions that will make this possible according to the resource management plan. And I don't know, it's just, I can't believe that they would do something that's so directly against the existing resource management plan. I mean, they're just opening themselves up to problems. And I get the feeling that this is almost a done deal, that the BLM is really pushing this and the upper management, and we're just going through the formalities now. And I would hope, and I'm asking, if the commission as a whole could approach the BLM about this situation and ask that it just be pulled from this whole process. There is an alternative down where the cemetery is going to go on south of town and west, which is far less impactful on wildlife. I mean, it's still going to have an impact, but it's not in the designated Sublette mule deer corridor and designated stopover area. I don't know why this wasn't a no from the beginning, but like I said, it was the BLM tried pushing this through with absolutely no public opinion. And I would hope that the commissioners maybe could go to the BLM and ask that the county be involved in these things, and you don't push something like this through on your own. And that's where I'm at on this. And I'm just asking if, again, if you, as a commission, could approach the BLM and try to put some pressure on them to void this Skyline bike trail proposed system. I mean, it's a very minority special interest group that's pushing this for thousands, and it's going to impact thousands and thousands of deer that come through there twice a year. I think our wildlife values in Sublette County far exceed any bike trail priorities in the county. I don't know. I'm asking for the county commissioners to maybe get a little more actively involved in opposing this trail system. And please don't fund it in its proposed location. God, I hope we don't spend any county money to destroy habitat in the designated Sublette mule deer migration corridor and stopover area.
Mr. Chairman, one thing. So who's your contact, or how do you contact the BLM? Is it local office? Are you above the local?
The local office, Thea Cochi is the BLM employee that's putting together the EA, and the acting field director, Dave Ritchie, is the acting field manager here. And then the district manager is in Rock Springs. And I don't know, who has more influence on what they do. I don't know. But
So have you all personally contact these people and meet with them? And
well, we have not met with the person in Rock Springs, but we've met with Dave and we've met with Thea.
And how receptive are they then? Do they listen to you, or what's the deal?
Yeah, they'll listen, but and Thea, she's just putting it together. She doesn't have an opinion one way or the other. She's just kind of the BLM employee, and Dave, we get the impression that he's kind of for this. And it started out with Stuart, I can't remember his last name.
Cogswell.
Yeah. He's the one that started this proposal and kind of led Sublette Trails Association to believe that he could get this through in this location. And he didn't search out any opinions on doing this.
So this is a local group that's pushing for it.
Sublette Trails Association.
Sublette Trails.
Yes. Yep. And I get, it's probably a great place for a bike system, but we can't move those mule deer someplace else. The mule deer are where the mule deer are. Their migration corridor is locked in for thousands of years, and we can choose where to go on a trail. And they're proposing, a multi-use trail system, that horses are going to use it and hikers are going to use it. Well, I don't know any horse people that are going to use a bike trail and have bicycles come up behind them. I mean, it's just a safety hazard. And hiking trails, the mitigation is to keep it closed in the spring. Well, I can't believe many hikers are going to use that trail along Skyline Drive rather than use our other great trails that we already have in place. I don't know. I'm just asking that the commission kind of get involved in opposing this trail system up Skyline Drive.
How long is this system? How long is the trail supposed to be?
18 miles. And it's in two sections up there, and the two sections are basically surrounded by private. They're Forest Service on one side, and then it's private. And And so we don't know. I mean, it could be developed. We could lose a lot of habitat on that private, which makes those BLM sections even more critical to wildlife.
You had brought up earlier that it's a part of the designated migration route.
Yes, it's in the designated part of the properties are in the designated Sublette mule deer migration corridor, and they're also designated as stopover areas in that corridor. Stopover meaning the deer, like I said, that example of that deer that was collared this year came up, spent 2 months there from March to May, right there, and then continued on and had her fawn in Teton Park 10 days later.
Have you reviewed the resolution that made it a migration corridor for deer to see what it says in there?
I did not see what it says.
If I may take a look at that, and that may also offer another avenue of appeal. May state in there certain specifics that are being ignored or not. I haven't read it either, other than you can designate, but there's also conditions that are associated with it. That would be a good thing. We have any questions or comments from people here in person? Online, any comments, questions? Yes, please. Please come up to the podium, state your name, and is that mic on?
Mark Stanley from Cora. I haven't been to karaoke for a long time. I agree 100% with him and your point, Chairman Bernard, about the corridor. I think there is things in there where you can, when it's a designated corridor by the governor, there are some, because you just worked on the Antelope corridor, and I think that's what it's all about. But what the BLM, I don't know where they're coming from. I think they'd look at that too, but I'm with you. If you could write a letter and protest and just say you're not behind this, like you said, there's 1 million acres out there to do a bike path. Why do they got to do it right in the middle of this deer herd is hurting, everybody sees it for the last 3-4 years. And if you could send a letter and I guess protest or just say you don't agree with it. But I appreciate you.
No, I recognize what you're saying, and it'd be nice to gather all the information we can, and so we can approach it in a more organized fashion,
Yes.
if that makes sense.
But time is of the essence too. If they're working on this, I don't know who's down the BLM. It sounds like I don't know why they get something in their heads like that solar farm down there by Green River. They get something, they're going to get it done. They get it done. I mean, then you want something to get done. It's like you're talking about this road to force it. Anyway, we don't need to talk about government, but anyway, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Anything online? Please.
I would like to add to it, it's designated elk winter range and moose winter range. It's not just the deer. And an alternative is to move it down by the cemetery, south of town and west. And the habitat is nothing alike. I mean, there's far less vegetation down on that lower elevation south of town than there is up in that Skyline Drive area. It's just we're just blessed in Sublette County with our working lands, our open spaces, and our wildlife. And there's no revenue that's going to be generated from this bike trail. I mean, that I can see it. And if it was an oil and gas well or something that benefited the county financially, like that Blue Spruce project over south of Big Piney. I mean, that's on winter range, but boy, that's a financial generator there. I mean, you can't really argue for the wildlife against that, but a bike trail, I just there's so many places we could have put a bike trail. In a corridor is just not the place for it. And that's all I have. Just asking, the commission could support in opposing having this trail system be in its proposed location.
Thank you for that, Bill. I'll close this to comments and presentations, so thank you for that. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll poll the board, please. Would you like to, we have a couple of options on this. Do nothing, or we can go ahead and compose a letter to the BLM with the information that we have, or because this was an addition to a printed agenda, make sure that it's printed and have complete full public comment at the next meeting, and then move forward accordingly on issuance of a letter or not.
Myself, I'd like to hear more. I'm not up to speed on this at all. I don't know what the real proposal is. I'd like to hear from the BLM, but we sit here and dictate, well, that's not necessary in that corridor, which I agree. But if we make a stance there and this blue spruce deal changes where they need some flexibility within their corridor, how do we support that? I mean, you start picking winners and losers over the wildlife, we're going to get our foot stepped on.
Okay. Commissioner Vickery?
Well, I have a little different perspective, I guess, than most, because I live right in the middle of wildlife and I enjoy seeing them. And there are some things more valuable than the dollar, in my opinion. What we have here is absolutely one of those gems that a lot of folks come in, look at it, and leave. Hopefully, most will leave and remember what we have here. But you know, I like to get up in the morning and look out and see both mountain ranges. You know, if we don't take a stand at some point in time, we may not see that in the future. I probably won't, but the future generations are going to be burdened with that. The issue that I see with the bike path up there is with the advent of these e-bikes and all that stuff out there, they can go about anywhere. And so a bike trail, just like a snow machine trail, you can say, okay, this is where you're going to go. And then the next day you show up, those darn snow machines have went every place they're not supposed to go. Same thing will happen here. These bike trails are not, in my opinion, are not a good thing where you have, what do they call it? Wyoming's wildlife worth the watching. These things will take away from that in that part of the country. I'd be certainly in support of seeing it move south, because there is some terrain there that will challenge most, but it won't challenge the wildlife movement that it would up there. So, you know, I think it would be very appropriate for us to maybe dig into it a little bit deeper and then send a letter, whatever that letter ends up being, however the commission decides to support it. And I concur with Mr. Bradley's concerns, but I think we're looking at apples and oranges in these two instances. You know, I grew up in that LaBarge area, and I can assure you the wildlife, given an opportunity, will kind of factor around the human development. And so I don't think that's going to be as big an issue as this one would be up here when we've got movement both in the spring and in the fall. And regardless of the good intentions, there's always those who push the ball a little further than they should. This up here, I think, would be one of those indicators. You know, these trails and roads that are all over already established are in complete disrepair. And they put one up here, who's going to maintain it? Well, I can tell you the trail system folks won't, BLM won't, and it's going to come right back to, in this instance, well, the county's got the money, they might as well maintain it. And that's where it's going to lead. It may not be for a year or two, but it will eventually. So personally, and from this seat, I would support moving south, but I'm not going to support that up there. So however that needs to occur, from my perspective, a letter, whatever that requires, I think we do need to make a stand. And that's my take on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Vickery. Commissioner Stevens?
Well, yeah, I'm not at all in favor up there, because we'll live to see where ATVs are using it. Because as soon as the bike people and ATV people will say, well, it's not fair to not let us in there if you're letting bikes in. So, I mean, it happens everywhere. And we know there's a big group that's wanting to bring ATVs clear from Evanston up here. So that would just get connected eventually. And I'm not in favor of it 1%.
Okay, thank you. I think after polling the board in this manner, we'll put this on the next meeting agenda so it's fully advertised. Mr. Ames, I would strongly suggest that take a good look at what there is for the mule deer corridor, what restrictions there may or may not be, and we will go over everything at that point in time and make a determination. And I think that 2 weeks isn't going to hurt us, if you would agree. So that's the position of the board today. And if you show up, great. And if not, I'm sorry. Thank you. Up next, Chief Cooper. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Well, I appreciate your time on the agenda. I'll go over my regular monthly fire warden report, and then I'll talk about fire restrictions afterwards, if that's okay with everybody. So our budget is 100% completed for the year. We ended up using 78.52% of our budget total. ML continues to work on several grants. She's been successful in several. And then we also received a rebate from Lower Valley Energy for $4,800 for some energy saving LED lights at Station 6 in Kendall Valley. Last month, during the month of June, there were 36 emergency calls for fire services. I'm sorry, 33 emergency calls and 3 non-emergency calls for fire services. There are currently 2 open fire investigations in Sublette County that we're continuing to work with and complete those. I expect those to be completed within the next week or 2. For our fire prevention activities, public education, we were able to send our fire prevention officer up, and she actually went up on 2 different occasions and met with the group that are up at the Boy Scouts camp. It's not the Boy Scouts camp anymore, but if that helps know which camp I'm talking about. And they provided some assistance and education about fire prevention and just a good engagement opportunity. Beyond that, Josie continues to do excellent work with our Firewise program. She's continuing to do mapping and plan finalization for the evacuation plan. She's worked with Kinky Creek on some of the fire and bringing some of the logs out of the Kinky Creek fire. She's created some door knockers for evacuation notification. One thing we're doing there is we've pre-printed evacuation information that if there ever is a wildland fire evacuation, the sheriff's office or the firefighters or emergency management can leave door knockers on people's home that explain, how the evacuation will work. She continues to work right now, and she's prioritizing Boulder Basin and Black Butte subdivisions and doing hazardous fuel reduction there. And she's worked with contractors and private landowners to implement some of the grant funding. Then our smoke detector program continues to go strong. There were 4 installations last month. Moving on to training, our training program continues to exceed my expectations. We offering great training every couple of days actually, but we're just finished up. I'm happy to announce that last night we actually just finished the graduation ceremony. So we completed graduation. 13 brand new recruits completed the Recruit Academy, and plus on top of that, there were 5 additional returning firefighters that had previous experience that didn't need to go through the Recruit Academy, but returned to the fire department, and they were officially recognized as members last night during our graduation ceremony.
Yeah, sorry we missed it, but we had a budget meeting last night, just poor timing.
Yeah, understood completely. Yeah.
I had to listen to Commissioner Vickery cry about it, but
Understood. And in the fire training facility, we continue to use that. We've done a lot of work down there on just groundskeeping and mowing the grounds and just cleaning up the facility. We do have a large multi-agency exercise planned in August for 2-day training for auto extrication. We're preparing the grounds for that. Beyond that, just regular cooperative service meetings, and then so far in the month or in 2026, we've logged 274 volunteer hours, which are above and beyond emergency response and training hours. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, and if not, I'll move into fire restrictions.
Any questions?
Mr. Cooper, well, I'm coming in, it looked to me like a bunch of smoke up in that area. Is there a fire back there someplace?
Commissioner Bernard, no, there's no fires in western Wyoming right now. We've had some small fires. Every couple of days we're going to little 10th acre or quarter acre fires, and we've been working closely with the Forest Service to respond to all those. But no, there's no uncontained fires right now.
Okay, that took care of that. But it did look smoky as the devil. Matter of fact, I mean, I couldn't even see the butte this morning coming in. That's why I was curious to know if that was smoke or not. So apparently it wasn't.
Commissioner Bernard, with your approval, I'll move in and start talking about fire restrictions. So, as you know, we coordinated for a long time. Every week we have weekly coordination calls with the Forest Service and with the BLM and with our surrounding counties. We have those meetings on Thursday. Last Thursday we met and reviewed the current indices, and the group was in agreement that everybody would like to recommend that we go into fire restrictions. So I'm here before you today to make that recommendation formally, that all the indices have been met or exceeded, and it's appropriate in my opinion to consider fire restrictions at this time. Further for your consideration, the surrounding counties, Teton County went into fire restrictions today, as well as in the other counties either are or already have gone into fire restrictions. Furthermore, the BLM is also going into fire restrictions today, and the Bridger Teton National Forest is also going into fire restrictions. So,
Thank you. There should be no discussion on this, I'm guessing.
I think it's overdue, so I'm happy to support it.
I'd like a motion on the order of stage 1 fire restrictions as presented by Chief Cooper.
I'd make a motion that we approve with stage 1 fire restrictions in Sublette County as presented by the fire chief.
Motion second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, just for consideration, I appreciate going into fire restrictions and signing the resolution. Just be aware there are some exceptions to the fire restrictions for stage 1. That's the difference between stage 1 and stage 2 fire restrictions, is those exceptions. And so it's part of the state statute and the state rules. But if there was any questions, I'd ask Sheriff Lear to be here if you guys have any questions about enforcement. I don't know that there are. We do it, we do fire restrictions pretty frequently, but I just wanted to have the opportunity if you had any questions about enforcement or what those exceptions would include.
Yeah, I'm curious about enforcement, Chad. How do you, let's say, for instance, somebody's out there with their barbecue grill and it's out there right in the middle of where it shouldn't be. What's the enforcement protocol for something like that?
Thank you. Sheriff Lear, if maybe you'd come up and help me out.
Good morning, Sheriff Lear.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So to answer your question, Chairman or Commissioner Vickery, so a lot of it depends on where that barbecue grill is. So hazards around the barbecue grill, if it's in a field, a camping spot, or a residence. So there are. I guess it depends on exactly where it's at, and if from the barbecue grill, if it actually starts a fire or not. I guess it depends on the circumstance.
Okay, so and I'm just kind of curious to figure this thing out. So if in the old days we all had burn barrels, we just threw stuff in, torched it, and away it went. Sparks flew wherever. So if my neighbor has got one of those going, which he doesn't, but should he have, and I say, hey man, put that thing out. He says, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to burn this trash. So if that happens to be a hazard at that point in time, who would I call and say, hey, this guy's in violation of the order? So how would that go about? And would I call you? Would I call Mr. Cooper? Who would I
So,
call to report
Yeah,
that?
the call should go into dispatch.
Okay.
There, so the call should go into dispatch, and our dispatch will send the appropriate department, whether that be the fire department or law enforcement. And so, I mean, all your questions are actually answered in the restrictions of the fire resolution that you just signed. So, for instance, burn barrels. So trash, and help me out with the times, Chief.
60.
So trash refuse between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. Inside containers provided with spark arresters and located within a cleared radius of a minimum of 15 feet of combustible materials. So if it's outside of those parameters, then it would be illegal. If it's inside of those parameters, then it would be okay to do. So again, every situation is going to be different.
There's one on the, I think it was on there. I was reading last night. You got to have a spark arrestor on your ATVs. So is it a financial penalty if you get caught without one, or do you just get a warning ticket, or how's that? And you guys check that, or is that strictly on the Forest Service end?
So that would be it's a violation of the resolution. So which can be you can be fined up to a certain dollar amount, just like a criminal offense. So.
And is that something your officers will check for when they're buzzing all over the county, or is it?
Again, I mean, we're not going to be out there, looking specifically for that. But if an incident were to happen and we were to investigate and find, okay, this particular vehicle or this item did not have a spark arrestor, then that's something that we could look at charging. Yes. Okay.
Nothing.
No, I'm through with it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Give me an idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff Lear.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Point time. Like a motion when you executive session, 15-4-45. Open will aye.
Dave, thank you for sending that information. We'll be going into a short executive session.
Kristen.
So I make a motion to go into executive session 16-4-405, Roman numeral 2.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, but she's all first.
Shut my radio.
session, and we'd like to take a 10-minute recess. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
I didn't know that.
It's like a practice.
session, thank you. Left executive session and there were no actions taken. Informational only. I'm up next is Rex Walk.
Thank you guys for having me. I was concerned when you went to executive session. I took from your coffee pot and I didn't know if that required executive session. But county commissioner coffee is the best. Okay, there you go. All right. Well, thanks for having us back. So I think you got some information prior to me coming, right? Okay. We'll stay pretty much on that unless you want to deviate. And if you do, just let me know. We did close on our USDA loan. So that was on June 15th. So 40-year loan, 2.5% interest. So, and I think $28 million is the balance. So, and then the interest payments for this year will be less than we'll be just paying interest this year. And then going forward, we'll have interest and principal. So, since I didn't come earlier in July, I have June financials too. So if that's okay, I'll kind of give you June's financials, compare them to May, and we can look at the year to date. I'll go pretty quick. So if you have any questions, you'll just let me know. So we do have an interim CFO now. His name is Jeff Helton, and he was the acting dean at the University of Colorado school in Denver. He was in charge of their master's in healthcare administration program. He is a small hospital CFO in West Virginia and in Texas. So he had some time this summer. So I met him when I was actually in Rawlins and at the Wyoming Hospital Association. So he's here this summer to assist us, and we'll be mentoring an individual on our staff, probably mentoring her for that position. And then, we'll be assisting us with controller stuff. A lot of expertise, a lot of help right now as we're a new hospital and getting things set up. So I'll bring Jeff to the next meeting. Then he will start school back in September. So I think you'll like him. The staff has really enjoyed him. So I'm glad I got an extra 2-week reprieve because the May financials and the May statistics were not great. So in May, all of our statistics that we measure were down except for CT scans. Exact opposite scenario in June, all of our stats were up. I mean, what I understand, obviously things get busier here in the summer. So our outpatient visits were up 23%. Emergency visits were up 23% as well. Urgent care visits were up in Pinedale, down a little bit in Marbleton, but Marbleton actually had more urgent care visits than Pinedale in May. Our EMS billable runs, which are the ones that are most important for us to track, were up 17%. Imaging was pretty much like you would expect. X-rays were up 28%, CTs were up 21%, MRIs were up 30%. The mammographies, ultrasound, and DEXA scans were all down, but those are things people usually don't do much in the summer or schedule for the fall. Lab tests were up 14%. Our long-term care days have fluctuated, but at the end of June, they were up. The census was up. And our clinics were both up, which was an encouraging note, I guess. Pinedale was up 5% for the month of June. Marbleton was up 50%. So overall, our clinic volumes were up 18%. So you like to see that because that obviously drives the other stats we just talked about. So there is a correlation. I think it'll be good once we roll into the second year of operation because we'll have stats we can compare to. And it's always nice to have historical data to compare, a month, the previous year to the current month. So we'll start getting year-to-date stats, which I think will be really, really helpful. See if we have trend lines or, how things are going compared to the year before. Again, June financials were really good. Our gross charges, what we charged was up 13%. The big issue for May and June remains our contractual adjustments, and that's the amount that we actually get back on what we bill. And we've been in kind of our intermediary for Medicare hasn't really had to deal with a brand new hospital before. So we started out as a PPS hospital, which means you get paid on a prospective system, which, if you come in with a gallbladder attack, they pay you X amount of money. And now we're a critical access hospital, which means they pay us on a cost basis. So we have had some issues. We've had some with our intermediary putting in, there's 2 really important numbers. They're called PTAN numbers. So your hospital can only have one at a time. And we had a PTAN when we were a PPS hospital. We got another PTAN when we were a critical access hospital. And unfortunately, somebody on a computer put in a date after a date for the PPS PTAN after the critical access PTAN had went into effect. And what that means is if you have two, nothing works. So they've been changing it back, and then it kind of reverts. So we've been battling through that. But I think we've sort of determined you can't just call somebody and have them fix it because it goes back to the way it was. So we need to do it the formal, correct way. So we'll be working on that. But deductions for June were 60%, and then deductions for May were 80%. So for every dollar we charge, in June we wrote off 60%, and in May, we wrote off 80 cents on the dollar. So I think there's some issues there that we're digging a little deeper in on the contractuals themselves. So there'll be more to come. But, obviously that makes it more difficult. I guess in banking terms, that's a drain on earnings. So we've got to keep working on that. Our net operating revenue in June, by the time after you took the contractuals out, was down 18% from budget. I mean, these are all budget numbers. So, our budget, we had to submit a revised budget to the state because we'd never done a budget before. So the numbers we did the best we could at the time. But I think the encouraging thing is our expenses were down 21%. With all the extra volume, our expenses were still down 21%. So increased revenue and volumes and decreased expenses. So that's good. Supplies were down considerably, which every place I've been, that's usually the case because I used to work for the group purchasing organization. So that's what they do, is reduce supply costs. And Mike Straw does a really good job in our organization and in material management. Benefits were down 37%. So we had a pretty good year benefit wise. Utilities were down. Our depreciation was down. Actually, we'd overstated, so we had to back that off a little bit. And then our locum providers, the temporary physicians that we hire, contract physicians, those costs were down about 34%. So we worked with Apogee and we made some adjustments there that have had some significant savings between $3.5 and $400,000. So savings there. So we appreciate partners like that are willing to work with us and make adjustments. I'll quickly go through this, but you can tell June and May, probably if May was a terrible month, June was a really good month. So gross revenue for June compared to May was up about $900,000. We talked about the deductions. Net operating income was about $800,000 higher. Our bottom line improved about $1.2 million. So the important thing is the EBITDA, interest before earnings, depreciation, and amortization, was improved by 21%. And we'll talk here in a little bit. USDA, that's the number they're most concerned with, is our EBITDA. Our budget again was off in a lot of areas, but I'm anxious to get to our fiscal year 27 budget, and I think we've got new services we're offering, and it should be a really encouraging budget with a positive EBITDA at the end of the year if everything goes as planned. So we're actually anticipating our gross revenue to increase 22% from 26 to 27. So we'll be a rather large critical access hospital, 46 million gross revenue. And a lot of that is, swing bed program will definitely generate a lot of revenue. Our rural health clinics will be cost reimbursed, which will help a lot. And then sometime after the first of the year, we'll be able to get our 340B program up and running, and that will help us on the revenue side. And it'll also allow us to do some infusion therapy and things here that will add another service line. And then we are looking at a behavioral health program, an intensive outpatient behavioral health program, which will help a little bit on the bottom line, but it'll really help us on the cost report because we're going to take space in the Sublette Center that wasn't being occupied or used. We'll be able to allocate it on our cost report. And and that it's all Medicare related, so it'll be 100% of of the space. So all good things coming down the pike. The big issue we're all focused on internally is our revenue cycle. A lot of it is the write-offs, but a lot of it is our AR is about 13 million, and so we've got a lot of things that will age out after a period of time. Medicare is about a year. Some of the commercial stuff is less. So we're going to take the Afghanistan approach, and in the war there, we're going to surge our efforts and get some people in to help us, Medicare specific billers, some commercial billers, and Medicaid. I think we'll need about 5 people that are really experienced in order to get everything out the door and then manage it. So I think you'll see our cash position get much better over the next 30, 60, 90 days for sure. And then, then while we're doing that, we can train our staff on maybe, because this billing stuff is really tough. Coding's tough. I mean, any given time in healthcare, the most difficult jobs to recruit for are coders and billers. So obviously we want to invest in our people, but we need some help right now to get stuff out and then work the stuff that's already out there. So hopefully if you let me come back in 2 weeks, I'll have some positive news on both of those fronts. The positive thing is for the first 6 months of 2026, we were averaging I think it's about $400,000 a month. We're averaging now in July, we ended up collecting about 2.3 million. I mean, not in July, but in May, 2.3 million. In June, we're projected to average 2.2 million. So at least the money's starting to come in, but obviously there's still a lot out there. So we're working on that. We do have a new auditing firm, and if you have me come back in 2 weeks, I can give you the schedule on our audit that's happening. So we had been with Ide Bailey, and now we're with Clifton Larson and Allen. So not an ideal time to switch auditing firms, but we can do hard things. So we'll switch auditing firms in the middle of this. And we've got to do 3 cost reports, one for the PPS, which we talked about, one for critical access and long-term care. So get 3 cost reports to do in between now and November. So we're working on that. The USDA loan did get closed. Part of that deal is they wanted us to engage a financial strategic consultant to assist us. I mean, this thing's obviously highly collateralized, but we will be going with Stroudwater Associates, and we don't have to pay for it. The USDA is paying for it through the National Rural Health Association. So, and actually we're getting 2 people that I know pretty well will be doing the engagement, but it's just really to help us improve our financial position and work on operational efficiency. So it'll be a good thing. We did a similar thing in another hospital I was at, and not only did we go from negative 7 days of cash on hand to over 100, we became a top 20 critical access hospitals. So these, any information we get, and if it's good and it's free, that'll work for us. So we'll take it and move forward. We will be applying for the Rural Health Transformation Funds. There's $204 million allocated for Wyoming that'll be doled out in this year in a very short order of time. But the categories are access to emergency medical care, which we do. So we have checked the box there. Workforce supply, I think we'll be doing some there. Healthcare technology transformation, obviously that is something we can apply for, and then making Wyoming healthy. So, and then we're talking about some collaborative arrangements because there's some additional dollars out there if you collaborate with a larger hospital that's non-critical access. So we just want to make sure we evaluate the strings and things that might be attached to that collaboration. The board has asked us to do a strategic planning session now that we have the building up and operational. The first one here will be a little softer than most, but we'll try to roll a community needs assessment into that and a medical staff strategic planning so we can plan ahead for, physicians, and we make sure that we're kind of aligned on what we need going forward and where we're at right now. So there'll be more to come on that, and I can talk about that next time. We're really, really, really focused on cost reduction. So, we've driven the supply chain costs down quite a bit, contract and agency staffing. We rely heavily in long-term care on contract and agency staffing, and we did put a plan together last week to and present it to the board, kind of knowing what we paid so far, what we could do my philosophy is the house keeps half just in case something doesn't work. And then we'll try to make sure we're where we need salary wise, or maybe a little bit ahead of things so we can recruit and retain and bring some people back that are working elsewhere. And then we are in the process of looking at putting a procedure room in the hospital. we have shelled in space, and we are looking at starting maybe with a procedure room, a phased approach where we would move into 1 operating room, 2 operating rooms, and all the things that are necessary to do that. And so we've got a couple of quotes. We have another one we'll be soliciting, but I think we can get this done hopefully with foundation involvement and effort and not have to go back to the USDA and ask, to take on more debt, which I don't think any of us want to do. But the numbers are quite a bit lower, I think, that were originally shared. So, we just are trying to fine tune the numbers, and we'd like to get that up and running as soon as possible to keep scopes here. And obviously that helps a lot of other things, and people don't have to travel. So more to come on that. We did get our SLIB funds for the ambulance remounting. We have an ambulance that was supposed to be here, I guess, this month, and it was slid back to the end of the year, which is not okay. So we need to see exactly what we can get in return for that delay, because we were expecting it to be obviously this month. So we'll keep you posted on that. We're working with 307 Air Rescue. We've got a couple of little details to work out. They're planning on being operational and on the pad in September. This is the first place I've been in a long time where you actually have physicians and providers wanting to come here. So we have a couple residents up in Casper that I'll go meet with next week. And that's why this strategic plan for medical staffing is important, and make sure we get, we level set and we have the right numbers and the right types of providers. But and then we have another gentleman in Eastern Idaho that he definitely wants to come here. And we have, we just got an agreement signed with a lady that'll be primary care in the Pinedale Clinic, which should help with access to care. And then she'll do some women's health, and she's working on being able to do more women's health. So she will start in September. And then we have an interim women's health person here that's filling in for Raleigh's Raleigh's departure. And so she'll be here as long as we need her. Focused a lot on human resources stuff. With the new hospital, you would expect there's a lot of things we have to fix and get in place. We did do an employee engagement survey. So as a new person, you're kind of worried about doing one because you don't know how it's going to play out, but it turned out okay. At least we have actionable things to work on. So we'll put an action plan for the board. We talked about Rohoff Cunnington swing bed. Our priorities right now are just getting the revenue cycle to work, working on our financial stability, and working on results and relationships, being more responsive, easier to do business with, increasing volumes and making sure the patient experience is good, and then be totally transparent. So we will have a balance sheet at our next board meeting. And so I know that had been an issue. So we'll have that up and running. And that's my report. I think close. Well, if you have any questions, you guys know how to get a hold of me. And I don't want to give you too much, but I want to make sure you have what you need when you're up and down Main Street and when you get phone calls. And we got a great hospital with great people. So much potential, and I'm just honored that they chose me to be the CEO. So other than that, well, I appreciate you guys a bunch. So, all right. Well, thanks for your time. And thanks for the coffee too. It is really good.
Thanks.
See you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, Jenna Lee, please.
Morning.
Good morning. Good, thank you. Yourself?
Of the 2 contracts that I've been hoping would show up. One for our prevention grant that is a 2-year grant cycle. It is for $227,000, which so basically we divide it into the 2 years, and that helps pays under that. And then our FEP grant, our preparedness grant, which is for $97,000 a year, and that one is just a 1-year grant, and it pays for Nadia's position and all. So if you would.
Great, thank you. I read through those. Clayton, have you had a chance to review these contracts? Thank you so much. Great.
Public health preparedness and emergency preparedness grant.
Yeah.
I'd make a motion to approve the grant between Department of Health and Sublette County for
They don't readily identify.
Public health preparedness, that one is.
public health preparedness.
Great. Have a motion on this grant. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
You got two blue panic then, Lynn. Okay. That one is for
This is the
our prevention grant, 2-year grant. Yep.
I'd make a motion to approve the prevention grant between Department of Health and Sublette County.
Have a motion presented by Commissioner Bradley. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Was quick and easy. Thank you.
And that one,
Just have
that's
the-
all that one is. And then you don't
Okay.
have them all. That one has 2 spots.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's all? Great. Thank you.
Very short visit for you.
Good to see you. Good. Great. Up next, Andrea Jean and Tiffany Monk, our favorite topic, insurance. Ladies, good morning. How's it going, Tiffany?
How about you?
Good.
Okay.
Get the glasses or something.
This one. Yeah, I'm getting to that age. They even have bifocals in them now. I'm so fancy. I know.
Yeah, if you pull that microphone closer to you, you're soft spoken and pretend you're tending your daughters and talk louder.
Okay, that's easy.
So we have health insurance here, yes?
Yes.
And we had some very concerning news here with an annual increase of $1.03 million or 25% increase.
That is correct.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Are we going to pull up the presentation?
Coffee? Coffee?
No, I think I'm okay. Do you want to put the presentation that I included in your packets on screen, or do you want to just roll through it? Paper version. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I'm just not on the meeting
And if you don't want it, we can skip it too.
Well, why don't you talk and I'll get it?
All right. Well, good morning, commissioners and Chairman Bernard. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. Today, we're reviewing the county's health plan renewal, and I'll walk you through what happened over the past year, what's driving this year's renewal, and what we found after marketing the plan, and my recommendations for moving forward. Healthcare financing is one of the more complicated areas of county operations. My goal today isn't to make everyone an insurance expert. My goal is to simplify the information enough that you can feel comfortable making an informed decision. So with that, we'll turn to the high-level summary. So today, if you remember only one slide, this would be it.
Which slide are you looking at, please?
We are on slide number 2, executive summary and recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We've reviewed the renewal with multiple stop-loss carriers and are recommending that we remain with Standard Life. The county continues to have an excellent administrative partner in Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming, so we are not recommending any changes there. There is one required IRS deductible adjustment to keep the plan HSA compliant. And finally, we'll continue. Finally, we'll continue focusing on long-term cost strategies rather than reacting after cost increases. So looking at the renewal snapshot, the biggest headline of this year is the increase in expected plan costs. Last year's expected plan cost was approximately $4.19 million, and we are tracking just a little below that. This year's renewal is approximately $5.22 million. That's an increase of about $1 million or 24.7%. That certainly gets everyone's attention, but today I'll explain why that occurred and why we're still recommending the renewal. All right, so now we're moving on to page 3 and looking at why cost increased. There really isn't one single reason for the increase. It's a combination of 3 factors. Higher medical claims. Simply put, the plan experienced more claims than expected. More employees and dependents utilized healthcare services this year. We also saw significantly more high-cost claimants than we've experienced historically. And for high-cost claimant, think of this as several members having all having medical conditions during the same year. So for perspective, we had 4 members exceed 90,000 in claims and another 17 members between 45,000 and 90,000 in claims. 90,000 is the specific deductible within the plan before stop loss begins reimbursing. And so we track everything after 45,000 as a way to monitor upcoming high claimants. And then in addition to that, all of the other claims below 45,000 for all of the members. That's considerably more large claimants than we've seen in prior years. And rising healthcare costs. Healthcare inflation is different than general inflation, and although we've seen inflation begin to cool in many areas, healthcare costs continue increasing much faster. Hospitals cost more, prescription drugs cost more, and specialty medications can easily exceed 6 figures for one individual. One specialty medication can cost more than an employee's salary. So the renewal is really the result of higher claims activity combined with broader healthcare inflation. All right, so looking at the financial snapshot, I wanted to break this into 4 simple pieces. So we have our expected claims at $3.43 million. We have an increase in stop loss premiums of 20%, and that is due to the higher claimant activity than what we've typically seen in the past. And then when combining the expected claims plus the fixed cost, you arrive at the expected plan cost. And that's where approximately the $1 million increase is coming in. Again, that's why we're spending so much time looking at long-term care management, and we'll talk about a few of the strategies that can help us maintain the budget over time. Okay, so I wanted to talk about where health plan dollars go, because I think that when we're looking at really large numbers like this, it's important to know where all those dollars are going. So if you look at the pie chart, this is going to cover where the pieces and parts of the plan are. So 82 cents of every dollar is simply paying healthcare claims for the plan members. About 11 cents purchases stop loss protection, and only about 5 cents is administrative fees. So that means we can negotiate administrative fees all day long, but the biggest opportunity will always be in managing the healthcare claims.
So if I may, to help the board fully comprehend, can you give a very elementary description of what is stop loss insurance so we have full comprehension?
Absolutely. The stop loss insurance is what protects the county for claimants that exceed 90,000.
So what does that mean to me?
So after one member has reached 90,000 in claims that the county has paid for.
Okay, and let's stop. That $90,000 has already been paid for by the deductible by the employee, yes?
That is correct.
And an individual in a family setting, that's $7,400, $7,600?
$6,600.
66. Okay, 6,600. So then the difference would be, you said 90,000.
Mm-hmm.
So 92,000 or 82,400 is then paid from that 66 to the $82,000 by the county.
That is correct.
And the purpose of that is to provide us with reduced costs on insurance?
That is correct.
Without the stop loss insurance, what is the delta as far as the savings? Is it, for us, is it thousands of dollars, or in reduced premiums? What is the benefit that we have by having the stop loss?
For high cost claimants exceeding 90,000, the stop loss insurance would pay those claims, reimbursing the county. I believe plan year to date, that is somewhere around $700,000 in reimbursements.
Okay, so each employed, we would have a maximum of the $84,000 that the county would pay. And so we must have a dozen that no, because it would be the gross total from the bill itself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a matter of numbers, it's a matter of actual dollars.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Is there a better way to do that?
No, I don't believe so. I have a trend slide later on in the presentation that I think covers the 5-year average of renewals, and that is outperforming the fully insured market.
Great.
So that's a great point of reference when you're looking at, is your self-funded plan working? Are you increasing higher than the fully insured rate, where the insurer takes all the responsibility and risk and you are outperforming that?
Sure. So when you say self-insured, you're pointing out that although the terminology is we're insuring it all, it's only up to a certain dollar amount, then insurance is covering it.
That is correct.
Correct. Okay, please continue.
Absolutely. All right. So in talking about stop loss insurance, that was a well-timed question, because one of our responsibilities each year is marketing that stop loss insurance to ensure that we are getting the most competitive pricing in the market. And this year we approached 28 stop loss markets. And those are all based on size of group and a couple demographic pieces that match up well with you, with your group. Most declined because they weren't competitive. That means their premiums would have been higher than what you're currently paying, so they don't typically offer a bid at that point. And we had 3 proposals come back that were relatively close to what you're paying, but none that were lesser than the current incumbent with Standard Life.
Okay, thank you.
And we also did achieve about another, about almost 5% reductions from the point when we received the initial renewal until when we finalized it. So we were able to negotiate down a little bit from where they initially came in.
Okay.
So after reviewing everything, I would still recommend Standard Life based on the coverage and contract provisions they provide.
Okay.
All right, so this is a really good slide. And one question I anticipated today was whether this year's increase is normal. And the answer is no. Over the past 5 renewals, the average increase has been about 9%. This year is an outlier, and that doesn't mean it becomes the new normal. This is clearly outside the historical pattern, so the question now becomes, what are we going to do about it? So looking forward, this renewal is important, but managing next year's renewal starts now. And so how we do that is quarterly reviews. So we're constantly watching the trends, the high cost claimants, the data. We're watching pharmacy and particularly specialty medications. There's a lot of costs within those and a lot of cost increases annually. Wellness. We've already made some good strides at improving the wellness in the plan, getting better engagement with the employees, helping improve their overall awareness of the health and how that impacts the plan. And keeping employees healthier improves, it lowers long-term care costs. And with your environment and having long-term employees, that's a key factor to sustainability within the health plan. Large claimant monitoring, and we're always watching the large claimants. As discussed on a previous slide, we had 17 people over 45,000, because 45,000 is half that 90,000 specific. So that's when they are on the radar. That's when we're kind of looking at, was this an accident, a one and done claim, or is this going to be a chronic healthcare issue that we will need to monitor and manage in the future? And then competitive marketing. I think it's important to test the market every year, making sure that we're going out to everyone that we can to review your case and make sure that we keep that stop loss rate as competitive as possible. So the goal isn't to eliminate the healthcare inflation, as we can't, but we can make sure we're managing it responsibly. All right, so we're on to some of the plan updates. A handful of required and a couple optional or recommended. The required, I already touched on, was the HSA compliance through the IRS. Every year they set the minimum deductible amounts for the plan to be considered HSA compliant. Currently the deductibles are $3,300 per individual, $6,600 per family. On January 1st to 27, those will need to increase to $3,400 per individual and $6,800 per family. And then there's 3 preventative care wellness benefit updates that I'd recommend to align the plan with federal preventative care requirements. And a lot of these are really just updates to plan language to ensure that when folks are going out and getting their wellness exams, that they're able to complete those. And as noted, just maintain good health and catch any health concerns early. And then a couple of recommended enhancements. ElectRx is a opportunity for pharmaceutical savings through sourcing drugs through an international pharmacy through either the UK or Canada. Those are the same drugs that are distributed in the US, and in fact, some are made in the US. So this is an opportunity for the county to save up to $212,000 annually if the employees who have qualified medications participate. The value to the employee is that they do not have to pay for the medication at all. And the benefit to the county is that we greatly reduce the cost. It's roughly about a 50% savings on your 12 highest cost meds.
How much does the employee currently pay?
It kind of depends. In some cases, they may pay their deductible. In some cases, they don't pay any. Part of the structure of the drug manufacturers is that they give incentives to employees to get their medications, and oftentimes that incentive is waiving their deductible and the pharmaceutical company paying it. So once they've paid the employee's deductible, they no longer pay, and then the county plan picks up the cost.
So the county does pick it up at some point in time.
They do.
Thank you.
And so this would be a win-win for both, where the employee would not have to pay that deductible, much the same as they are probably structured now with the pharmaceutical manufacturer rebates.
Is that across the board in all drugs or just a specific area?
Good question. It varies by drug. Most typically, it's either a copay assistance where they have a really low copay, but since you don't have a copay style plan, it's typically waiving the deductible, where the manufacturer pays your deductible and then the rest of the cost would be billed to the county.
And is a copay worth any consideration?
I would not recommend that based on the low limits of the plan currently, because then that would change the HSA compliance. So it would be a completely different plan structure.
Thank you.
So this is actually the program that we brought last year. I know, Chairman, you weren't here for a lot of that discussion, but we did provide it. I don't actually even, I think it was the year before that we started the discussion. Due to riots and different things that were going on, we couldn't get it going.
One of the main pharmacies that they ship out of in Canada had a strike last year, right in the fall, when we were preparing to launch this to employees. And one of, I think, the most important things is a good solid rollout. If we roll out this program and it is voluntary, we really want to ensure that employees feel confident and it's well structured, well communicated. And with just a few of the things going on, and tariffs were also a high concern at that point as those had just rolled out. So when we're using these cost containment programs that have some variables that it could affect them, we want to be certain before putting that out to the employees that we're on good footing. And so we just decided to wait. Those things cleared up, and the program remains strong with the other clients I'm using it with. So I do have experience with it, and it was just the timing, I think, last year for the county that just made it feel better to pause and make sure we had a steady rollout.
So who, if anyone, could be the insurance company or us, sends out a understandable correspondence to the employees? If you do this for the drugs, it's free. Do we do that? Do you do that? And is it understandable?
Very good question. Yes, actually we'll be approaching it on many fronts. I have some email marketing campaigns I can provide that we can send out through HR. Andrea and I will be communicating this during open enrollment meetings with the county employees. And we've also had great improvement in that over the last couple of years. We're seeing almost all the departments. So we're getting good face time with the employees to be able to explain these valuable programs, allow them to ask questions, make sure they're confident. And then additionally, we'll have some other outreach going by phone to contact the employees directly. Another item we distribute at the same time is a list of the drugs that are currently available on ElectRx, so that employees can just review that. They can go online at any point and see that. So if at some point they do receive a new prescription from their doctor, they can go and check it themselves. But additionally, throughout the year, we will be checking the data so that if we see a new prescription for somebody who qualifies, we'll actually be reaching out to them. So we'll do the initial rollout during open enrollment, but continue monitoring and encouraging throughout the year.
And when this occurs, are we, and this is just informational, it's not anything negative, are we increasing the cost to the county significantly by absorbing all of the cost on the deductible?
No, actually, I do have a savings report here if you'd like to see it, as well as like a whole data report on.
My question makes sense, does it not?
It does, yeah. The county would save about $212,000.
So if our employee is not paying anything for the drugs, and we're picking up the cost, I would have anticipated that our annual cost would have escalated because there is no front end by the employee, but that's not the case.
That is not the case. That's what the international sourcing brings to the table, is it's the same drugs at a much lower cost point.
And I've read that. I'm just making sure that it's fully transparent.
Yeah, so roughly right now as it stands, the the county's cost would be closer to about 430 for those drugs, 430,000.
We're getting a 55% discount.
Yes. Average savings on the drugs is 47% across the board. And as noted, some of these drugs are very high cost. Some of them are up at 95,000 annually, 82,000, 78,000. And that is just one drug, one participant. So having something like this in place not only helps with the spend now, but it's proactively putting a mechanism in place to help for the future as more of these high cost prescriptions are given to the employees and their family members.
Thank you for full disclosure for those online and in attendance. Although we bring up the number of employees that this may actually impact, the only department that is fully aware of who that may be is our HR. No one else in the county is entitled to know of or talk about this. So it's treated as extremely confidential information.
Absolutely. And we would always encourage the employees too, if they would like to have a private meeting with myself or Andrea, that we would be happy to do so to answer any questions and further explain the program. But we'll broadly distribute the information during open enrollment.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely. And then one other item I want to touch on, and I could return at a later date and provide more information on, is there are some other programs out there to help high cost claimants with chronic conditions or those newly diagnosed with serious health conditions manage their care during a healthcare event or ongoing. The health system is very complex, and sometimes it can be hard to manage. And when folks aren't sure there's extra spend involved, they may have overlapping prescriptions, doctors, needs. So we've been working with Nova Solutions, and they have a great program where they actually review your health claims data and basically indicate those who could be best benefited by the program based on their diagnoses, their conditions, and they have some great ROI reports that come after you've been with them a couple years, and we've seen some tremendous success with some of the other clients that we've used this with, really making a good improvement in people's overall health and awareness of how to use the system. And that does reduce healthcare claims, which reduces plan spend. So if you'd be inclined to review any additional programs that could help with that, working directly with the employees, again, I'd be happy to return with some more information.
With that said, are there additional HRA programs that might be available or that could help reduce some costs?
Potentially. And there's always some other creative things that we can do in terms of, engaging employees, requiring some type of healthcare education or understanding of the health plan for their HSA dollars, and trying to really improve employees' awareness of how their healthcare claims are paid, what their plan consists of, so that they can also be good stewards of the plan and help maintain costs over time.
So realistically, Tiffany, with that said, do you ever see much interaction from employees pertaining to health, to their insurance, or what they have is what they have?
In your group, I'd say we've seen better engagement over the past couple of years, and I think that's highly due to Andrea's position, having HR available, and then over the last 2 or 3 years now, we've really broadened the open enrollment meetings. We're seeing good attendance. So that means employees are getting education about the plan, how it works, how the wellness program works, and what they can do to best utilize their insurance. But I think an important consideration is making sure the employees understand how it works financially, that it is a self-funded program and healthcare choices matter. Because everybody's healthcare choices together combine to these plan costs. So if we can improve overall understanding and awareness, I think that that's always valuable in sustaining the plan long term.
In today's world, there's a tremendous push currently, as you're aware, but I don't believe it's covered by insurance, and that's the costs associated with the GLP products. Is that anything covered here? Because that would, although you have the cost, it could certainly eliminate the future costs from the health benefits not received if you don't have it.
Absolutely. There's also some additional diabetes programs that we could look at. That's a condition that's prevalent in most health plans, which GLP-1s are directly prescribed for. And those are covered under Blue Cross Blue Shield currently for a type 2 diabetic diagnosis. If the county ever wanted to expand that to looking to providing those for weight loss or other health conditions, maybe sleep apnea. There's a few others that it's statistically shown to work for. That could be a consideration, but I'd also partner it with other requirements from the employee to, gain more understanding of nutrition, take other steps in towards of controlling health. Am I answering the question okay?
Yeah, good job. I'm really good, Tiffany. Is that, are those additional riders or part of the basic program?
So the diabetic program through Blue Cross would be an additional cost that you would add on to
Is
the
that
plan
something
now.
that's common through the different employers, or they typically don't?
It varies. It's becoming more mainstream to add those depending on the common diagnoses you see in your plan, because as you can continue to help those members and improve cost, the program will essentially pay for itself on time. Additionally, I do see that some groups are becoming more flexible with the GLP-1 distribution through the plan, but I do think that it would be wise to consider partner programs to go with it, just to ensure that we're looking at the employees holistically and making sure that they're getting the most out of that medication long term.
So does the county currently have the type 2 diabetes on the GLP?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Are we promoting that at all? Because I'm sure there's people that aren't even aware. This first I've heard of it.
Typically, the doctor is kind of the point of contact with the employee regarding that. But I wouldn't say that.
Well, the employee would know about it, and the doctor typically, in my experience, here's the prescription, see ya. So I disagree with that statement because of that.
And I would say that that is part of it, but that's part of where these programs come in. There's some of them that routinely have employees check blood sugar, respond, more of a program rather than just a consult with your doctor every 3 to 6 months to refill medication and check levels. So that's where I think a more consistent approach could be valuable there.
So do we market it aggressively as far as the benefits of what our insurance policy have in this regard? We've talked about a couple of different things, or do we just say, here's the policy, read it, and we'll take care of you?
Typically, we pick a handful of items to promote every year during open enrollment, so that could definitely be one of them. And then when we gather all the employees for the meeting, we actually focus more on the highlights or the changes or programs, because the benefits plan hasn't changed much over the years. So many of the long-term employees understand it well, have a good understanding of deductibles and those sorts of things. So,
do you understand it well, Craig? He doesn't understand. And I'll bet you that's 70% of the employees.
Okay. Well, hopefully he comes to our next open enrollment meeting. So no, we can always pick a handful of topics like that.
And I'm being serious in that. How we don't know what we don't know. You can say, well, we've been doing it for years, and so they all know. And just because I'm like this, I disagree. We need to constantly remind people that these are the benefits that are being provided to you, because every year, and rightfully so, we talk about, well, we want to work for the county, how much you're going to pay us. Well, yes, pay is important, but these are the benefits that you are actually receiving from us that you're not getting elsewhere. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very important from an employee perspective to understand that the county cares about the employees.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One positive improvement that we've seen throughout the year is that the county adopted the ACA wellness schedule last year. That was approved during last year's renewal meeting. And for the most part, we've had good feedback on that. So last year we spent time educating during open enrollment on what those what the ACA schedule offered for testing, and highly encouraged employees to be taking advantage of that. The MD Live program, which is the telehealth, so that employees have more opportunities to get care conveniently, any time, any place, at their convenience, so that hopefully we can, get employees treated for things right away rather than maybe waiting till the clinic opens Monday morning to go in for something. And we've continued adding things throughout the years that we spend time on it. Spend time educating them on, but if there could be some additional things we can roll into that with just the core coverage under the plan that could be valuable as well.
You think that periodically we could just let all employees know on a consistent basis, these are all the benefits that you receive? Because some of these I haven't heard before. And I'm not blaming anyone because of that, because I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I get it. But sometimes we need to have it brought up multiple times to be fully aware of what there is, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think attendance at the open enrollment meetings is key. It really is, though, because I'm not saying that that's the only time we should do it, but I can say that there's one department particularly that we have full attendance every year, which is Road and Bridge. And many of the employees in that room know the benefits almost as well as we do. There's a few long-term employees that are very familiar with the package and the benefits, and it's because they've routinely attended the meetings over the years. And we're seeing that improvement in multiple departments, but I think encouraged engagement from supervisors and department heads is always important as well.
I agree. That's why I brought it up.
Absolutely.
We're talking about it.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, I won't interrupt anymore.
Oh, you're okay. No, this is all good conversation. It's a hard topic. It's complex. It's expensive, and it's challenging for employees as well. So we know that sometimes that they're just a little bit leery to come to meetings because they don't know, and maybe they feel like it might be a silly question, but I don't know that that's the case with insurance, because I think any question is good because it's all very complex. So. All right. Okay, so today we're just walking through the recommendations again, which is renewing the stop loss with Standard Life, increasing the deductible by IRS standards to maintain compliance, adding the preventative benefits updates to the plan document language, and moving forward with the Elect RX implementation on January 1. And while this renewal is significantly higher than we've experienced historically, I believe that the recommendations position the county to maintain strong employee benefits while responsibly managing financial risk. I appreciate the board's continued trust in allowing us to manage this program. While healthcare continues to become more complex, our goal remains the same: to provide quality benefits to the county employees, and while being responsible stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And with that, I invite any additional questions before making a motion.
What's our policy term on it?
The renewal for stop loss would be effective September 1st.
Thank you.
And all benefits changes for employees, including deductibles, would occur January 1st for the plan year for the employees.
Thank you. Any questions?
Changing the deductible isn't going to affect our costs.
Not much. If even considering, say 25 people meet their deductible throughout the year, and it'd probably be a little bit higher ratio than that. Even if you increase it by $500 in the grand scheme of the budget, it really doesn't make much of a dent. So it really becomes about supporting the employees and
So basically, we're self-insuring up to 84,000. If that number was to go up, would our premiums go down any, or?
Good question. We actually did check under the stop loss, different contract terms, different specific deductibles, and whereas it decreased the premium, the spend that you would have on the known high cost claimants exceeded the savings.
Mr. Vickery?
I guess I'd be curious to know here on page isn't numbered, but why costs increased. You know, everything increases, it seems, from year to year, but several catastrophic claims. What's several? What's the number on several?
We had 4 claimants over 90,000 so far, and that was only as of June data. And then we had 17 claimants between 45,000 and 90,000. And then additionally, I don't know the number of claimants below 45,000, but everyone else's claims as well. So just as a point of reference, I believe we finished last year with 8 or 9 claimants on that list as opposed to 17.
Okay, then, I'm sorry, go ahead. So, I mean, this, obviously what I'm about to read here makes sense. More utilization than expected across medical and pharmacy services. Well, as Commissioner Bernard alluded to earlier, when you go to work for the county, the salary at some point is less than what the benefits could be, or the benefit package over time. And so, you know, you look at these things, and I look back here on the 5-year renewal trend, and it goes along at 4%, 7%, bumps down to 3%, and then runs back up to last year 8%. Now, boom, 25%. So, what would you anticipate the next year or 2 years as we go forward? Because there's going to be more and more folks take advantage of what some don't realize is out there, I'm assuming. So I would almost have to believe that we're going to see a higher increase next year than the 8% previous in 25 to the 25 what we have now. Would you anticipate that higher?
Not necessarily. I definitely can't predict what the next plan year holds in terms of claims. However, the one value you have as self-funding your plan is you go up and down. So there are potential for decreases in the future. This year could truly be an outlier where you had a lot of claims. And they say in a self-funded plan, every 3 to 5 years, you will have a very excessively high year. And we did have a couple particular claims that were extremely high last year. But I wouldn't necessarily expect that trend to continue that way. And based on the overall history since I've been managing the county's plan, I definitely don't anticipate it. This year was truly an outlier in terms of anything I've seen since 2017.
Yeah, I thought statistically the HRA program actually had savings for the majority of years.
Mm-hmm.
Every 4th or 5th year you would end up paying, but it's offset the following years.
Yeah. And that's one I think that's powerful about looking at that 5-year average and really using that as a point of reference with the fully insured market. Because if you went and bought a plan from Blue Cross Blue Shield where you just pay them a premium every month, they pay your claims, you don't have to worry about any of the stop loss, the high claimants, you just send your money out to them. You don't know how that's being used truly because you don't get a lot of understanding or data behind it, but you don't have to worry about it. But those plans are community rated in terms of their whole block of business. So you take the rate up that everybody else does. So if they apply a 7% rate to all plans, that's what you get. It's not based on your performance. So on average, the fully insured market has performed at about 14 to 16% over the last 5 years. So coming in at a 9% average is still indicating that the self-funded plan is the best place to be. But no, Doug, I don't expect this to continue at that trajectory.
So how many employees are on? I mean, it's employees and family. They have the option for everybody. It's not just our employees.
Yeah.
How many are on this right now?
182 employees, and I believe just under 700 members total with family.
So if you had 200 members, but you had 17 high claimant ones, would our rate be less or?
Not necessarily, because it's still
basically based off of your claimants.
That's right. That's right.
And do we pay for the employee insurance?
We pay the premium for the employee, and then they pay
for their family members.
They pay a portion of it. Yeah.
The employee pays a portion of the family members.
What's the premium on an individual? To be set across the board, shouldn't it?
Individuals are at no cost. A plus one is $50 a month, and then a family with two or more.
Okay, thank you for that.
The premium
the cost or the premium per individual?
I don't have it here, but I could pull it up real quickly. We have to do COBRA certifications every year, which is turning in the plan cost to an actuary to determine at a fully insured rate value what that is. And I believe memory serves it's about $1,400 per employee and roughly about $2,800 ish per family. And it might even
per time frame, per month, for 6 months, per year,
per month.
So that answers my question. Good, thanks. You don't need to look it up. I was just looking for a ballpark.
Yeah,
because I had no ideas. Okay. Other than a check today, what else should we know?
I don't believe there's anything additional to cover today, but happy to return at your request for any additional follow-ups or information throughout the year, or if you'd like to learn a little bit more about some of those other healthcare management programs that I do see have some value and potential at helping minimize high claim spending.
So on the $212,000 savings that you had pointed out on the prescription drugs, do we have anything comparable in place today? Okay, so it would be with $1 million increase. If we fully marketed that $1 million, is only $800,000.
Correct.
Are there any other cost savings of that magnitude that we could look at?
We reviewed about 4 different pharmacy programs. All
outside of pharmacies, are there?
I would say the next step would be the care management or adding additional programs to the plan to reduce claim spending for chronic healthcare conditions. But outside of that, there's not really much you can do in terms of just improving employees' engagement awareness, educating them on the value of what they have, how to take it seriously when they're spending those healthcare dollars. As costs increase, I think the ultimate threat to the employee is that, their costs could increase over time if this trajectory does continue. So I think that would be the motivation for employees to take some ownership of those opportunities to engage and learn more about what they can do for themselves and their family. And not only that, it helps their overall wellness and well-being. So that's always a improvement as well.
So I call this company or get online and I ordered whatever the prescription is that I need. It costs me no money typically when I call, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
As in zero?
Yes.
And how long does it take for the prescription to come?
It takes, I think, about 7 to 10 days shipping, and it's sent in 3 months supply, so they wouldn't have to be waiting month to month to receive those prescriptions. And so there's a typical pre-authorization process for the program that it likely occurs already through the pharmacy. So it would just be rerouting that to this pharmacy program. And once that is done, it stays in place for a year. And then those prescriptions would continue to be shipped out routinely to the employee and landing in their doorstep every 3 months.
Sounds like a good idea to do, though, doesn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Question?
Tough pill to swallow right here.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Tough one.
But I think that we're very limited to
absolutely
anything that we can do. We could increase the deductibles significantly to reduce the overall cost, but that wouldn't be prudent. Just the cost of doing business, and know that you're looking at all the things that are available to us. And if you take a look and think that some of these other riders would provide us with savings, we should probably explore those also, Tiffany.
Absolutely. I can do that.
Great. Are you good? Are you good?
Yes, sir.
I'm good. I'm in my questions.
I got one kind of silly question. So some of these drugs are terribly expensive. So fortunately, I'm not on them, but I know they are. And so is there an upper limit? If I just heard Commissioner Bernard say ordered up or could order up, it's not going to cost anything. Everything costs something. And so my question still would be, if it costs me $5,000 a month for the specific drug, where does the stop on that at?
Just to clarify, the stop for who? You as the plan member or the county plan?
I'm just using, let's say, the county plan. That's what we're talking about. So these expensive drugs that I'm going to order, which I don't or won't, but if I were going to have to, there has to be an upper limit someplace where you're going to say, whoa, wait a minute, what is that limit? Because there are some folks who may be in that position.
Would it not be the same as medical, where it's open to whatever the gross total is, regardless, with no maximum?
That is correct. The stop loss would cover those high cost drugs after 90,000, but the more claims that you have on the stop loss is why they increase premiums, because if they be, and then that is also a known cost. A lot of healthcare received by employees is just prospective cost. It's not guaranteed, whereas a drug cost is guaranteed. So
there is no differential between prescription and medical. It's all combined for the stop loss per individual. Thank you.
So there is no limit on my high dollar prescriptions. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. So where do we go next?
I would make a motion to vote on renewing the stop loss with Standard Life, the IRS deductible increase, and the preventative care updates and implementation on ElectRx.
Without having the other proposals for any potential add-ons? You said there were other riders that we might take a look at that could reduce costs overall.
They could, but I would want to do a thorough evaluation of those, and they won't be anything that we could get stop loss credit for this year, as the rates are already locked and held until today. So basically, they have to be signed off on today, or they will look at another month of claims.
Why did you wait till the last minute?
I didn't. I was busy negotiating that 5% in between.
You've been on vacation.
Well,
what insurance agents do, for hell's sakes.
I wish. I might need a vacation after this one, but no, but when we receive that initial renewal, because we can only work on this stuff about 90 days out, and then they look at claims data every month. So every month that you wait, they look at another month of claims data. And as of today, Blue Cross reports are releasing. So if we don't sign disclosure today, they would look at another month. That could be good or bad. Based on the way the claims have been coming in, I don't think it's going to be favorable. So I'd recommend moving forward with that. Additionally, any of the riders that we look at, we can really do a thorough evaluation of those and the ROI expected. And then those could be launched for the calendar year benefits renewal for the employee and promote them at that point. And then next year's stop loss renewal, if we're seeing success with those programs, either through decreased claims and or the stop loss vendors do favor some of those programs for light reductions, I think that's where we'll see it come through. Sure. And I think that's where that proactive approach of integrating these programs over time is helpful.
Good explanation.
Thank you.
So at this point in time, is there a motion regarding insurance?
I'd like to ask one more question.
Of course.
Because I realize the value of the employees in the community. That's not a question at all. But the question that I do have is this 1.03?
1.03, yes.
Well, where did that come in to the budget that we've just approved?
And that budget line, but it estimated and but it will fall short.
It was 2 million.
Pardon me, it was what?
I think we increased it by 2 million, but that was based off the anticipated knowing that we were going to go over in that line item by the 1.7 million that we brought you guys right before last year sometime. And then she was able to, I don't know what it ended up going over and what the budget transfer ended up being, but it was less than that because of it being in the general account. But anyway, that's why we increased it, is in anticipation of that amount plus.
You increased it 2 million above the current 4.1.
So it has additional items in that line item. It's not just claims. It's also it covers pretty much all of payroll liabilities, and so we increased it 2 million in anticipation to make sure it didn't go over. Hopefully, now that this might change that, but
well, it depends on what the base cost was that you had in there.
Yeah, but it went over from the previous year. We already knew it was going to. It wasn't enough to cover last year's budget already, so we needed to increase it. Yeah.
They had left it.
Okay, thank you for that. So if we had 750 plus 2, we're at 3.7. So we're going to hit.
I think it was around.
We increased it
to 10. It was at 8 million. That's right. I couldn't remember if it was 8 to 10 or if 10 to 12, but yeah, it was at 8 million and we increased it to 10 million.
That's
and that's already in
liabilities.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we'll go back. I heard 750,000 that I was taking as what we had budgeted for. Pardon?
She was thinking 7,500,000, I think, but it was
$750,000 for insurance.
7,500,000.
No, because our cost is only
so
4.19.
That line item is for all payroll liabilities.
I understand, but the question that we're not communicating very well, of that dollar amount, that gross dollar amount, how much of that is attributed to health insurance? And what I heard a few minutes ago was $750,000.
That was a miss.
Yeah.
It's 7,500,000. And we are talking about an account that is all payroll liabilities.
So it's not split out. It's not.
But in order to come up with that total, you had to have a specific line item per all the individual liabilities going into it to come up with that gross total. And so my question is, out of all of these line items, how much was health insurance?
We didn't split it out. We went by all payroll liabilities together.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So at the end of the year, we're going to have to do a budget transfer to make up whatever we lack in that payroll
Potentially, yeah,
liabilities.
with this.
You don't know what.
Yeah, well, and it's hard because we didn't have this
If we
number.
put everything in a budgetary gross dollar amount for multiple liabilities, what do you base the increase on for the next year? You know, this is an important question because as a budgetary item that we're, based on what you're saying, we're throwing darts at a target.
So we had to use previous information that we had. We didn't have this information yet.
Okay, so I'm going to hold up this contention, and I would like to know better. When you run payroll or you have any expense account, you are able to come up with line item by line item for everything across the board. Next time, I'd like to see a report showing all of the individual line items associated with, inclusive of the health insurance and the personal medical, because what you're saying is not acceptable in my opinion.
And we can have someone in my office run that report for the next commissioners meeting.
We should do it every year because that would answer our questions that we really don't know.
We did look at all of that. We just didn't have
information. Based on what I heard, and I disagree. If you did not have it listed line item by line item showing the cost of that associated liability, you're winging it.
Okay, so we did. I took it all and added it up. Sorry. I just had that in my personal stuff. I'm talking about it's not allocated specifically in that line item. We did look at the previous costs separately and made the best decision we could at the time without having this information.
Not to argue, and I'm beating a dead horse, but if you had it, I should have had it, been able to say how much was it, and you should have been able to provide me with that information. With that being said, I'm just chasing a dead end right now. So thank you for that.
Well, that's why I asked the question that I asked.
Well, I'm following up on it.
You did. So, we just approved the budget, but this wasn't included in it, this increase.
We did increase that line item, yes.
Yes, you did, but it didn't increase.
We did it with improper accounting methods, and I'm not happy about this. Not at all.
We didn't expect a 24% increase.
Doesn't matter if we had a 20% reduction. We should have a line item cost per liability.
And we do.
No, you don't, or you'd be giving it to me right now.
If you want to, I can have someone from my office print it out for you and get you the total. It's not going to be fast. It's not going to be within the next 10 minutes.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
And I would just like to apologize for the timing because the stop loss carrier will not firm up until they receive what would have been the May data in June, which is reports roughly being released 22nd, 23rd of the month. Those go to stop loss underwriters. They finish their review to finalize. That always falls during the 4th of July holiday every year. We received the final release of the offer the day before your last meeting. So I just want to note that the timing is very tight with the way that those reports work. So I apologize that this wasn't in front of you.
We're talking apples to oranges right now.
I know, but I just wanted to just note on the timeline how that kind of challenges your budgeting for the fiscal year as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're back to a motion on insurance.
So would you want all of these under one motion as far as required IRS deductible adjustment, preventative benefits update, and elect RX implementation plus acceptance of renewal? One motion.
That would be acceptable.
All right. I'd make a motion that we move forward with stop loss renewal with Standard Life, required IRS deductible adjustment, preventative benefit updates, and ElectRx implementation.
Motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion second. Any discussion? Questions?
I got one.
Please.
So, so how long ago could you give us an inkling that it was going to be a 24% increase? I mean, we just did our budget, and if we'd had some inkling there, would have made a little difference, but.
Absolutely fair question. I was already thinking about that. I was actually thinking about the date when we got that initial offer. It would have been maybe second week of June. So I could get, and the hard part is I've seen those numbers change a lot from initial proposal to final. Sometimes we have another incumbent carrier come in much more competitive. Sometimes underwriters just see things differently. So it's hard to predict if the initial offer will carry. In this case, it didn't. It was, a little bit lower than what it released as. But I could provide you some initial data right at the beginning of June when we're first seeing these offers come in, just so that you can at least budget for maybe the worst case scenario. And then if we have some success with negotiating, the underwriters down and coming in a stronger position in final, that, it's a positive to the budget for the fiscal year, rather than, in this position being a little bit behind the ball with the timing. It's just a weird timing with that 9/1 renewal in your fiscal year. It's just the timeline. But absolutely, Dave, I can, for next year, I will, I could report even at the end of May with where we're tracking, what we're looking at in terms of plan performance and some early predictions, or, that first part of June, so you guys can roll that in and have that information included as you're working through budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll make one more comment too. So I think for me, at least from a budgetary standpoint, something like this, I would much rather see you take a guess that's higher, so we can look at that as an inclusion in that budget. And then it's a lot nicer to see, it didn't take that much, but we had made arrangement for it. Because as I've said, we approved a budget that we thought wasn't going to take a budget transfer, but it looks like that's going to happen immediately, or almost immediately. And that's part of the issue here. Not that we have a cost increase, because we know that's going to happen, but to be able to incorporate it before rather than after. Does that make sense? It does.
Absolutely. That definitely makes sense. And I will help you prepare differently next year. Absolutely.
So I guess I'd have one more request. I may not be sitting here next year, but in my mind, come throughout the year, it sounds like limiting the insurance to only employees. I mean, it's a helpful thing to talk about right now, but there may not be a cost savings there, but bring some cost savings ideas, how these policies may need to change. We can't sustain this year in and year out, obviously. So
understood.
What are some options on the table to look at?
Absolutely. I think it would be helpful to have some more creative discussions with you folks in terms of what you feel like would be fair to the employees in terms of disruption, and what makes sense from that perspective, and coincided with, wage increases and other things that are all wrapped up into the employee cost per year. I think the benefits plan is definitely a piece of that. So I think some strategic discussions throughout the year prior to renewal would be extremely helpful, because it is, this is a big bite all at once to go through all of those things. So I think that we can definitely, throughout the course of the year and ongoing, continue those conversations. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we'll close at 2 comments, questions. Have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time. Okay, thanks. I don't know. Maybe sometimes it'd be maybe easier to do something besides health insurance with the current market. I would know that the county is not the only group looking at significant increases this year. We're
Oh,
seeing it
I'm
across the
positive of
board.
it.
It's been wild.
The market is collapsing because of a number of people taking advantage of everything there is, and the costs continue to go up to the companies. I get it.
Yeah.
It's passed back through.
It's tough. But yeah, thank you for all the feedback. And we'll continue the conversations.
Great.
Thank you.
Craig Harmon, please. Sorry, we're running a little bit late, Craig.
Oh, you're good. I'll try to be brief. More of an update anyways. We did a couple surveys. I just wanted to make you gentlemen aware.
Thank you.
Number one, I guess we'll start off with the AI pilot. This is kind of a follow-up to our previous commissioner meeting 3 months ago. Ran head-to-head ChatGPT, Grok on 6 of our staff members. I submitted surveys to each of those staff members, I guess getting a good baseline on what they think would be the proper platform for the county moving forward. Just to kind of give a brief on it before the pilot officially is completed at the end of July. The licensing and cost for each of the different licenses is ChatGPT is $25 currently per license. Grok is $30 per license. And we have budgeted for the next fiscal year 25 user licenses. The findings, ChatGPT is the better fit for Sublette County staff as a whole as per the survey and the results. What we found was ChatGPT had stronger metrics and markings regarding document creation, email drafting, formatting, match. I guess it better matches the day-to-day flow for most of our staff members. Well, all of them really. Where Grok tended to excel was with these specialized roles that we have within the county. It excels in research capabilities, analytical reasoning, and evaluating information. So while both of them have a huge overlap and achieve the same things, ChatGPT is a little better for day-to-day emails, documents. If you have a role within the county where you're more doing deep dives, creating, trying to investigate information, that's where Grok actually seems like it would be the better fit there. We had three people recommended Grok and 2 recommended both. Something like that. To me, my current recommendation at this point would be to move forward as a county and adopt ChatGPT as the platform recognized by the county. Questions?
You're comfortable with it? And what's the cost on it, please?
$25 a license currently
per
user.
Per month, year?
Per month.
And you anticipate, would you say 25 users?
25 users. That would be our starting. That's it.
What had you pushed over to your budget in this regard?
I did 10,000 into the budget. Reason being, Grok was 9,000 annually if we went with Grok. ChatGPT currently is 7,500 if we go with ChatGPT, but at the time I didn't know. did put an extra.
So if we have additional users, then chat still falls within the parameters
Can add more.
and still be under 10,000.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's a good job. Good job. Okay, any questions?
Well, I'm not into this very much. I'm kind of the Neanderthal, if you would, but my wife uses it a lot. And every time she uses that thing, at the bottom line, it says, it may not be completely everything correct as you asked it to be. So be sure you check it out to make sure the wording and all that stuff is the way you wanted it. Does that occur here a lot or not?
Yeah, that's correct. And that's something that within the county, we will have to understand that AI, ChatGPT, Grok, Cloud, whichever one, Gemini, they need to be utilized as a reference, not your golden ticket to get a document generated without reviewing it yourself. So it helps put you on the way. It can help create the ideas or create the formatting you want, but I guess the good analogy is everybody's like a paper editor now.
Yeah. So do you see that as we go forward? Can that be an issue for making decisions if a person isn't careful about checking what he has sent out?
Yes, it could be. And I know I'm not sure Dan is still here, but we have discussed throwing something in the handbook, kind of a policies with regard to utilizing AI and maybe the etiquette therein that would need to be applied to ensure that we're not arbitrarily throwing out
stuff,
generated documents without review of them firsthand. As far as AI in general, maybe by the end of this year, it'll have an entirely different look and feel to it.
This should only be used as a tool, but the user is ultimately responsible for what they're publishing.
That's correct. And that's what needs to be conveyed. It is a time saver either way, but we're not looking to it to do your work for you. So
yeah, no, I understand that. That's why I asked the question if that wasn't or could not become an issue.
Okay, any questions?
I'm good.
Motion to accept.
I'd make a motion to accept ChatGPT as our Sublette County AI platform.
We'll second that.
Motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
So do we want to have them write up something to get in the handbook?
Absolutely.
We'll give it to Andrew.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley.
And then I did submit another survey, just to keep you gentlemen informed. I guess some more of a baseline for me in the IT department. We've been here a quarter, roughly, a little over 3 months, and I wanted to get a baseline on what we could do what we're doing good and what we could improve on. So
good job. I saw that.
Most of it was all mostly positive feedback. Our key strengths were responsive and timely and support, knowledge, professionalism. Main improvement was communication in that we need to be better about communicating with the staff members before we're implementing something, letting them know the time frames, then letting them know when we complete it. Yeah. One of the steps I'm taking to change that, I have reached out to all the department heads so far, staff members. The coming weeks, I'm going to look to institute a change control board or a CCB. We had still preliminary in that I haven't decided if we're going to do monthly, quarterly, but the whole process is just in the hopes that we can achieve more continuity, get more feedback, help the staff members be more empowered with the IT department in decision making. Let us know, maybe I have a maintenance window scheduled and someone has a meeting that week and we can't take down the network for a managed outage or something like that. Kind of let them know what softwares we're demoing, what new softwares we're introducing, and reviews architecture as a whole. And this, any questions?
Question.
Thank you.
It's Amber.
Good morning, Beth.
Hello. Yes, I was hoping to be morning still. We're close. Oh, you're fine. And I recognize I'm between you and lunch. So, well, and Clay. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, thank you for just giving me a few minutes to be in front of you for our quarterly report. PAC's been a really happening place since April. We've had a significant number of group uses, a lot of our local school groups, but then we've also welcomed school groups from Big Piney, LaBarge, Etna, Lander. It's been a busy one for sure with the group use, and want to do a shout out to Pinedale Little League and the state tournament that they hosted over Rendezvous Weekend. We had our largest Rendezvous Weekend on record as far as attendance, and from a non-resident visit standpoint, we more than doubled a typical Rendezvous Weekend, and a lot of that was attributed to the teams that were in town for that. They had one game a day and they hung out at PAC the rest of the time. So it was really great for them. Hugely so. Yeah, no, it was very, very good for our attendance numbers. So we appreciate their work to bring that into the community. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. A few of our favorite partnerships that we've done over the last quarter, we did do a story time with the library. It was pirate themed, and Kathy came in and outfit and read while she was in the pool, which is always fun. And then we also partnered with Here and Loba to offer a free kitten yoga class, which was more snuggles with kittens than it was actually yoga, but it was fun. Yeah. We hope to do more of those in the future. And then our summer programs are in full swing. We actually just wrapped up soccer this last week, and we had 115 kids in the soccer program. Our Little Wrangler Day Camp is going strong. We have between 40 and 50 kids every Monday through Thursday, and then a little bit smaller combined group on Fridays. But that will go through mid-August, right before school starts. Right now, if you come over to PAC, you'll see some big maintenance projects going on. They just started tearing up the front ramp, the ADA access ramp. Part of the ice melt system failed in it late this winter, and so they are pulling that up to redo that work right now. And we are also in the middle of our slide tower update. We pulled off all of the steps and the railings to do some rust mitigation. And so that is all back and will be reassembled starting this week. We hope to have the slide back open next week. And then it is budget season. We just finalized our budget and it was approved last week at our board meeting. Part of that request did include just over a $20,000 Sublette County Rec Board grant that we submitted. So we'll see where that goes with it, as well as an $18,000 request with the town of Pinedale for continued contract for services. And again, those final decisions have not been made on that. So the town or the school district continued this year to offer us the additional $300,000 that we can consider kind of our gap fund to maintain our current operations. But as a whole, our budget this year was approved at $2,185,302. And that is just under $20,000 increase from last fiscal year. So all in all, with the cost of stuff going up, pretty good. Yeah. So with that, I will answer any questions that you might have about what's going on over at PAC.
I don't have any.
I don't have any questions, but I have a comment, a positive comment, by the way, in case everybody's wondering. So
Don't be worried.
So I've got a passel of great grandkids that live in Idaho come over here occasionally to visit. And the first thing they say is, we're going to the pack, whether you want us to or not. None of them can drive yet. So obviously, I mean, you've done an amazing job there.
Thank you.
You know, you hear nothing but positive coming out of that place. So
Thank you. It's a great asset. Well, thank you.
I'm good.
All right. If you play pickleball, come join us for our pickleball tournament, August 18th and 19th.
Well, there is one thing I would request, however. Time or two I've been in there. I haven't been in there a lot. That's my fault, nobody else's. But I've looked around in there to see, and I've never seen a pool table.
Oh, we don't have one.
Oh, darn, we should get one.
They have a.
Well, but that's a different deal in case you didn't realize
Yeah.
that. I'd visit more often if you had one.
Pool table.
Yeah.
I'll put the request in. When you give them out the cookie, is this how this
It's a great addition to this community. That's just all there is to it.
Thank you.
And I truly appreciate
Yeah.
it. It's a pleasure. I will do this.
Yeah. Show you around if you. So thank you. I appreciate your guys' time.
Clayton, the link is it.
He just stepped out. He got a phone call. There he is.
Yeah, darn. We still got him.
I need a couple minutes for this.
All the constant wire got.
Clayton Malinkovich is up.
Okay, so I actually want to start with something that's not on the agenda. So we did a resolution on, or I should say you all signed a resolution, resolution 26-1005-22 B as in boy, that was recorded on 4/23 of this year. This was the resolution to terminate the bond for XTO. In communication with them prior to submitting this to you, we checked with them to see, we wanted to make sure that it was sufficient for their purposes. They said yes, and then they came back to us and said, oh, hey, we actually would like you to note the bond numbers on the resolution so there's no questions as to which bonds are being released. These bond numbers are, and I'll just read them so they're on the record, 019089043 and 019089042. And I was just going to ask if you guys would be up for making a motion to allow or to instruct Clerk Rice, to note on the existing resolution. I guess I would go with comfortable with this, or we can do new resolutions with that, with those numbers on it. Just kind of wanted to see where you guys are at with that. I guess get Clerk Rice's opinion as well. We can. I can do it real quick while we're sitting here. Okay. Well, I'll just do that, and then we'll.
Which one are we looking at? I don't.
It's not on there. This is something from the past. So I'll crank that out real quick and just add those numbers, and we'll just redo it. Okay. So the two resolutions that I have, I am here presenting these on behalf of Haley. She put them together. I've reviewed them. They're good. This is. These were the zoning district boundary change modification and the conditional use that was approved at the last meeting. And these are the resolutions that capture the decisions that you all made for your review and approval.
Thank you. Need a motion and
that. You asked me to make this.
yeah. So we'll have this one and then this one because they're different.
At the same time or different?
We can do them at the same time, can't we, Clayton?
Just need a motion. Yeah, we approve these ones.
Yes.
Motion for execution. Yeah.
Make the motion to approve the zoning district, approve the chairman to sign the zoning boundary district change. And conditional use to operate.
We have a motion. Is there a second? A motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Vickery, did you?
Yeah, the first one I approved. The second one I voted against because of the issues with water and sewer. So however that needs to be done for me, I don't care. But I'm not changing my stance.
Doesn't matter if you change your stance or not. That we're voting on the acceptance of and.
Okay, so then I'll vote nay.
Okay.
To stay in conjunction with what.
So we have a 3-1 on this, and the resolutions for execution has passed, and we'll collect the necessary signatures.
And your meeting rules would indicate that although you voted no, that it would still get.
That is correct. Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah.
Then you'll have to catch up with Sam later. Yeah.
We can, yeah. Or just because he's not here, it doesn't have to be signed by him if he's not available. Okay. And that's
That go to Jessica.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, I know that. Thanks.
okay. Thank you. Emily just went to go grab that off the printer at the
Hmm.
planning and zoning. Okay, so next up for me, I think we have. I'll just give you an update. I have an email that I just got this morning from the folks at Proactive, Leanne and Craig, and they are signing the lease. I think they're going to swing by my office. They're going to drop it off at my office today, and they said they should have an answer on that. Perfect. You should have an answer on that very quickly on the purchase that they're working on with their investor. They should have their answer in time.
Well, that's part of the lease. They either are
Yes.
or not.
I'm just letting you know that they said that they're planning on having an answer to you.
Post dated backward, they'd have to have that by August.
That is correct. So they're working on it. Here is this resolution that I just printed and has the bond numbers on it. It doesn't have a resolution number. I left it blank. But I think you guys can just describe it as oh, hey, literally just got the updated lease from Leanne right there in my email. So we have the lease signed with Proactive. Do you want to do a number on this first? Okay. So that's that. Do you guys want to? Well, I guess we'll wait till you have it.
Probably right.
Well, it was like the fire resolution.
So that's the update there. You all had asked me to reach out on real estate. We're going to discuss that in a little bit. You had also asked me to reach out to our insurance about the potential risk associated with the accepting of the Rim Road easement and the language from the feds. Mr. Wentz and I have been communicating back and forth. I got him all the documents that he needed that Travelers was asking him to review. He's out on vacation this week. So I have not heard back from him on that, but I anticipate hearing back from him in the next few weeks. So I'll probably have more of an update on that one next time. Trying to think if there was anything else. I am meeting with Commissioner Vickery tomorrow morning with folks at the CL Bar Ranch to discuss that road easement for the purposes of getting that easement in place. We've been operating and utilizing that road without an easement for a number of years. That is all. The goal is also to have that language in the easement allow for a third party 501c3 such as Mesa to operate on that property.
Excellent.
So I'm sure that that Commissioner Vickery and I will have more report on that in 2 weeks.
Great.
Or I guess he will, because I won't be here. As you all saw from my email, I will not be here on the 4th. So please let me know if there's anything you guys need from me before the 4th.
Resolution. A motion to approve resolution 26-1005. Resolution allowing termination on.
A motion. Is there a second?
Second. Did you get it? Did I get it? You can have it. One of us got it.
Are there any, is there any discussion on this? Okay. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
Oh, Jenna is here. Perfect. I haven't seen anybody come back from Andre's team, but Jenna is here, so we can proceed with that executive session issue if you would like. And then if anybody shows up, they can just join us.
Oh, well, they know they can join us.
Well, they'll pop there, they'll look in there and I'll go out and grab them.
It won't take that long, will it?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's up to you guys. I guess you should probably check with your most proficient of speakers. Or no, not proficient. Prolific is the word I was looking for.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, it's close to lunchtime, so he won't be very prolific.
Well,
he's very hungry.
Did that get a chuckle out of our clerk? I can't. I have to eat.
Okay, at this point in time, I'll need a motion to go into executive session, and someplace along the line, Clayton, I lost that 164.4 Romanet 7.
Sessions.
Thank you. Have a motion and second for executive session. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Okay.
Clayton's done. Are there any monthly reports that we need to address? Thanks, we'll do that for you. Then what's the plan?
Bonds and maintenance agreement. Emily.
Do you have those?
Surety bond, motion to approve surety bond for David Fellows, Back Ranch District.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
Surety bond for Ken and Stacy.
A motion on a surety bond. Is there a second? Any discussion? Oh. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And was there anything else in that regard to?
Oh, yeah.
That's always just real. Issue, but need me to get him.
Equal sharing agreement, is this between your auditing firm or?
It's like,
For everybody to send info to the auditing firm?
no, it's separate. It is something through the sheriff's office. Could you give me just a minute?
I don't know how to make them.
Right,
Or proven.
let me just see if she can come.
Is there anything else on the agenda outside of that?
I need to let you guys
Okay.
How much for it?
know. I can text him.
Just met with Dave. Couldn't be more than one piece. Could be more than $100 or $1,000 or.
Is Emily there? Okay. Well, I just need her in the picture. Thanks. Bye. Want to sign all the papers this morning? All requires. Sign it, pass it along.
How many is there? 3?
Actually, this one only Lynn needs to sign. It's just two. And these bonds. Should they don't go recycling, Mac?
Hey, that wasn't me, was it?
Okay, Shannon.
That one goes on.
Hey, Emily.
Don't take this. This has been part of it.
What it is.
Hold up here. Sort that again. This is all. What's the equitable sharing agreement have? If I were gonna make a motion to approve
Does
this,
that need to be signed?
who's it? Should be.
It's between the sheriff's office and the DEA.
Is that equitable sharing? Is that information or what is that? What does that mean?
No, our narcotics detectives work with the DEA on different cases, and they share a portion of the funds that are forfeited from those cases. So if they work on a drug case and, for example, they seized $12,000, a portion of that would come back to the county.
This is not contract money coming in, rather.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes out and we're paying,
Share the cost.
but they reimburse the overtime for our detectives to work with them up to I don't have the exact number. It's over 20,000 per detective per year. And then we get a percentage, and it's not every year. We're like, the contract is every year. The money doesn't come in for the asset forfeiture every year because of the DEA cases. They sometimes last a few years. We're just now getting money from one of the cases from 2021. They usually don't last that long. Usually we'll have them within 2 to 3 years, but just to show you that how large the cases can be.
So what happens if, okay, so you've seized this guy, he's got $20,000 in bad cash, so to speak, but he's got $1.5 million in drugs. What happens with that drug?
Those are DEA cases, so I can't speak for them, but I do know from the county standpoint, those drugs are taken and destroyed by our office.
So you don't get a value associated with them then?
No, we just take the drugs off the street. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd make a motion to approve the Equitable Sharing Act, Federal County and the DEA.
I can second that, but I'm not going to second it the same way you said because I wouldn't be able to speak at all. But second it.
I have a motion and second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I was doing a training. Speaking of training, Jim.
Helen, I do believe that is all. I do believe that's all the signatures.
Okay, so we don't need Emily now?
No.
Okay, but she's here.
She was going to explain it.
Okay, so you're too late, Emily.
Apparently. It was just the equitable sharing. And I got your signature.
Okay. Is there any old business that we need to discuss or have brought up?
I don't.
Okay. Any comments online from those or from those in attendance? Nothing? Motion to adjourn? Have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Hope not.
Thank you for everything.
What's it like